Frida, kindly lead us in a word of prayer.
Thank you for this opportunity. All protocols observed. Let us believe and pray. Father God, we thank you for this good morning that you've granted us. Dear Father, to have an interactive session with our interns and our commissioners and our management for the public service internship program. We want to pray that, dear Father, despite the many challenges we've encountered, that Lord, you be with us, that this program be seamless. We be happy, dear Father. We share, we interact, and we derive, dear Father, a way forward that will be for the good of the public service and especially our interns. Thank you for our CEO, dear Father, for the support that he's giving us. Thank you even for the commissioners and the time they have spared to be with us. We pray for a good day ahead, and it is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Frida. Commissioners present, our CEO Paul Famba, my colleagues and the interns who are present. I'll call upon our CEO Paul Famba to give his opening remarks and call upon Commissioner Irene Asienga to open for us the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guyo. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all our interns, cohort 8 interns, to this induction program. And I want to apologize for starting late due to technological challenges that we have been facing, but I'm confident that we have now been able to resolve that, and the technical challenges should now be behind us and allow us to proceed with the induction program. I want to take this opportunity to most sincerely welcome all the interns into the public service as they join to get their workplace experience. This is an opportunity that you will always remember for as long as you will be in the public service. Even when you eventually join the public service as a permanent and pensionable staff, you will always recall the days you worked as an intern, and what you learn during this internship program will keep you in good stead as you continue working in service. So I welcome you, and I want to encourage you to learn everything within that short time that you will have an opportunity to be in the service. With those few remarks, I want now to take this humble opportunity to welcome Commissioner Dr. Irene Asienga to start us off.
All right.
Commissioner Asienga, please, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
All right. Okay. It is a great pleasure to join you today as we officially induct our cohort 8 of the Public Service Internship Program. On behalf of the Public Service Commission, I want to take this opportunity to warmly congratulate all the interns who have successfully secured a place in this highly competitive program. Today marks the beginning of an important chapter in your professional journey. Your selection is a testament to your academic achievement, dedication, and potential. You represent the aspirations, energy, and innovative spirit of Kenya's youth, and we are delighted to welcome you into the public service family. Ladies and gentlemen, the PSIP program remains one of the government's most impactful youth empowerment initiatives. Established to bridge the gap between academic training and the world of work, the program provides young graduates with practical workplace experience, professional exposure, mentorship, and coaching that enhance their employability and readiness for the labor market. Since the launch of the program in 2019, the Commission has successfully placed 37,504 interns under 8 cohorts across ministries, state departments, agencies, public universities, and other public institutions. This remarkable achievement demonstrates the government's commitment to investing in young people and preparing them to contribute meaningfully to national development. I'm particularly pleased to note that Cohort 8 comprises 8,286 interns selected from 35,599 applicants, reflecting the growing confidence that Kenyan youth have in this program and its ability to support their transition from education to employment. As part of our commitment to continuously improve the quality and impact of the program, the Commission recently trained mentors and coaches drawn from ministries, state departments, agencies, and public universities. These officers have been equipped with the necessary skills and tools to guide, support, and nurture interns throughout their placement. This initiative reflects our conviction that successful internship experiences require not only workplace exposure, but also structured mentorship, coaching, and professional guidance. I want to encourage all interns to actively engage with their mentors and coaches, seek their advice, learn from their experiences, and take full advantage of the opportunities available to develop your professional competencies and leadership potential. Our interns, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to address an issue that has increasingly featured in discussions surrounding the program. The primary objective of PSIP is to equip university graduates with practical workplace experience, professional skills, and exposure that enhance their employability. The program was never intended to be a direct pathway to automatic employment in government. Rather, it serves as a bridge between education and employment, enabling graduates to acquire the competencies, attitudes, and experience required to compete successfully in the labor market. The success of the program is already evident. Thousands of former interns have gone on to secure employment opportunities in both the public and private sectors. Indeed, Commission records indicate that more than 3,100 former interns have subsequently secured appointments in MDAs and county governments, and many more are thriving in the private sector, demonstrating the value and relevance of the experience gained through the program. So this is an encouragement to the interns that it's not all in vain. You can also get through to employment. While the Commission appreciates the aspirations of many PSIP alumni to be absorbed into the public service, it is important to emphasize that internship placement does not constitute automatic employment, as alluded to earlier. Public service appointments are governed by the Constitution and relevant laws, which require that all vacancies be filled through fair, transparent, merit-based, and competitive recruitment processes. However, I wish to assure both current interns and program alumni that the Commission recognizes and values the experience gained through PSIP. Former interns are encouraged to apply whenever opportunities arise in the public service. The internship experience places them in a stronger position to compete for available opportunities. The Commission will continue to support initiatives that enhance employability while ensuring that all appointments are made strictly in accordance with the law and the constitutional principles of fairness, equity, and merit. So I want to encourage you interns that when you see opportunities, please apply and it will be looked at fairly. Dear interns, as you begin this journey, I urge you to embrace the values that define the public service: integrity, professionalism, accountability, patriotism, innovation, and excellence. Be eager to learn, be disciplined, be dependable, ask questions, take initiative, build networks, develop solutions. Most importantly, strive to make a positive difference wherever you are deployed. View this internship not as an end in itself, but as a stepping stone towards a successful and fulfilling career. The knowledge, skills, relationships, and experiences you gain over the next year will shape your future and open doors to many opportunities in both the public and private sectors. To the MDAs and public universities hosting these interns, I wish to express the Commission's sincere appreciation for your continued partnership and commitment. Your mentorship and support is critical to the success of this program, development of the next generation of public servants and national leaders. As Kenya advances its development agenda, the role of young, skilled, and innovative professionals becomes increasingly important. I'm confident that the interns we induct today possess the talent, creativity, and determination needed to contribute meaningfully to our nation's transformation. Once again, I congratulate all the interns joining Cohort 8 and wish you a productive, enriching, and successful internship experience. It is now my pleasure to officially declare the Public Service Internship Program Cohort 8 induction session open. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Asante.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dr. Irina Sienga. Thank you for your opening remarks and opening this induction session for us. I now want to welcome Mr. Guyo to proceed with the program. Karibu Guyo.
Thank you, our CEO and Commissioner Sienga. I can take our interns through the next session. I'll take the interns through the overview of public service internship, what is expected of you as an intern, and the benefits which we envisage the internship will provide. So first and foremost, from my side, congratulations for having been given this opportunity. And the objective of the internship program is to provide practical skills and work experience to young graduates so that within the period of 1 year, they will be able to have that practical experience which is expected for them to start any job in future and or immediately. Our wish is for you to get all the necessary knowledge, and when called upon to work either in private or public sector, you will be in a position to undertake the functions you are deployed to very well. Secondly, to make you unemployable. The mentorship and coaching you will get from your supervisors, we expect that it will provide you with professional competencies in regards to transition from school to work. So it's upon you as an individual to ensure that you learn from your mentors, from your supervisors, so that it will be helpful for you when you start your other formal employment. Secondly, as you are expected to undertake this work, when you are engaged, you are providing service delivery to the government, and it's important for you to know that any functions that you are delegated to or you undertake, you take with the seriousness expected. In addition, we expect you also to go extra mile if possible, to go on job rotations, to have a pool of skill so that which can be helpful to you in the public and private sectors. We also, the supervisors or your mentors and coaches will guide you in your institutions. So they will assign you duties and work plans so that you will learn. And wherever you find that you have challenges, you ensure that you get back to that supervisor, that mentor or coach whenever you require assistance or you have any queries. So you should not shy off from asking. What you don't know, we encourage you to always ask your supervisors. We also expect you to comply with public service values, ethics, policies, and regulations while you are in this engagement, and perform all the duties given to you diligently. In addition, we expect you as an intern to observe confidentiality and discipline requirements expected of any public servant in the service. So discipline is very, very important, and you ensure all the rules and regulations, you adhere to it. On quarterly basis, there is a report which is expected of you as an intern. We expect you to submit timely as required. The other roles your supervisors will play is to provide coaching and mentorship to you. So try to be open to them so that you will learn from the experienced officers. As I earlier said, on quarterly basis, there will be performance evaluations for you, and ensure that the forms which you are supposed to fill for performance evaluation, you do it timely and submit as expected, because that is what will provide the performance feedback the Commission expects from you. And we also expect you to have an understanding that your supervisors is a link between you and the respective HR officers within the institutions you are deployed to. So always, whenever you want to make any queries, or you want to ask for leave, understand that your supervisors are the link between you and the HR officers. I would also like to take you through the benefits you are expected to have while you are in this program for this period. You will get a monthly. You will be provided with a monthly stipend of 25,000 on a monthly basis, provided by through the Public Service Commission. And I'm sure, except those who have joined recently, you are able to access your pay slips and see what you are getting. And it's important for you to know that the stipend is a lump sum. That means it has no allowances. That 25,000 is lump sum. It's very important for you to have that understanding. You will also have an opportunity to access institutional facilities and resources where necessary. And we also will always encourage the HRs in the institutions as well as your supervisors to give you those opportunities to access opportunities within the institutions. Also, I would like you to note that you will be contributing SHA, and therefore you are entitled to medical cover through SHA for the period. Another additional benefit I would like to bring to your attention is you are entitled to 15 days of leave in a leave year. So those are some of the benefits, in addition to knowledge, skills that we expect you to gain, to obtain from your supervisors. The internship program is not a full-time employment, is like a training which runs for a period of 12 months. And at the point of exit, or while you are already engaged, you may get opportunities with government or even private sectors. It's very, very important for you as an intern to ensure that to ensure that when you get an opportunity in between, before the end of the program, it's very important for you to immediately you get an opportunity, inform through your supervisor that you've gotten an opportunity, and immediately you report. From the first day you report on duty to that. You exit. When you exit, you submit your resignation. The reason as why you have to do that, we've gotten a number of challenges. The government systems of payroll is integrated. So even if you may think that while I continue getting a stipend from Public Service Commission, let me also continue to get salaries from this other institution, you will find that until such a time the commission submits, until such a time the commission submits your data, your employer will, on the other side, will not be able to pay you your salaries. So even if you've been earning from the commission side for within that period, what will happen is you will be expected to return that money for your data to be released to your current employer, so that your employer now will start paying you. So just know that you won't be able to earn from two government institutions at a go. So it's very important for you to know that immediately you get an opportunity, you resign, and ensure that that resignation is done through the HR of your institution, through your supervisor. By doing that, you will not get any challenge of sending your data being released to your current employer. So those challenges has been there. So it's very important for you to know that. So at the end of the period, you always provide certificates for service at the end of the period. And before you are expected to, we expect the HR in your organizations to conduct exit interviews for you. And also, after that, you've submitted all what is within you've submitted all the documents, all the machineries which are within your reach, then you are now allowed to access your certificates after confirmation by the commission that you don't have any liability, and therefore you are expected to be issued with certificates. So it's very important for you to note that. And if there are any challenges that you face while you are under the internship program, it's important you always provide the challenges through your supervisor or HR of that institution. Or if you find that you still don't get any support, don't get frustrated. Ensure that you reach to the commission. So that is what I wanted to share with you, the benefits and also the exit strategies and what is expected for you at the point of exit. So if there are any queries as you are taken through by the facilitators, there is you can share your queries through question and answer sessions. At the end, it may not be there, but you can continue writing or putting your questions forward so that our officers will keep on responding to it as the session continues. So on my side, that's the part I wanted to share with you. And I will call upon Frida as the session chair to call upon the next presenter. Frida.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Guyo, for setting pace for this induction program for our interns. And on their behalf, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Irina Sienga, for also opening for us the induction. And thank you also to our CEO, Mr. Famba, for being the front runner in ensuring that our young people also have a pace set for them when it comes to joining the labor market. The next session will be led by Dr. Sylvester Obongo, who is the Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of compliance and performance management at the Public Service Commission. He'll be talking to us about commitment to a career in the public service. This is a very important topic for you, our interns. And as Dr. Obongo prepares to come on board, I want to inform us that we are also live on YouTube. So if you know somebody who was not able to join this session, they can also go to YouTube on the Public Service Commission official channel. It is Public Service Commission on YouTube, and there you will find this induction session and any other coming will be live there. According to my watch, it's 10 a.m. and we are a bit behind with 15 minutes, but I'm sure we shall catch up along the day. Karibu sana, Dr. Sylvester Obongo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for welcoming me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Daktari.
Yes, yes. I'm taking this presentation from home, and I think it is befitting that I present on the commitment to a career in the public service. Befitting because I've just clocked 35 years in the public service, and I'm on my way out. My presentation will focus on about 4 areas. What is the public service? What does a career in the public service mean? And then what is the distinction between career growth and career development? And then we'll pick it from there. I will also be using a number of illustrations out of experience in the public service. As has already been noted, my name is Sylvester Obongo. I am currently the Deputy Commission Secretary responsible for performance and compliance. What is the public service? The public service is a government institution, let me call it that, government institution. The public service is any organization in government that is funded by the taxpayers' money. Any organization in the government that is funded by the taxpayers' money. Technically speaking, there is the public sector and there is the public service. So the public sector are the organization. The public service are the services offered by the organization. And also, technically speaking, also there are public services, services to the public, which are not necessarily offered by the government. We have got in the health sector, we have got private sector hospitals, which offer public services. In that case, the government has to regulate those services to ensure that citizens get value for money. But we are specifically looking at career in the public service that is being employed by the government as a career for you. Is there any interesting thing in this? Yes. As an employee of the government, you come in to offer services. The government is primarily not an employer. It is a service provider. So it only employs to offer services. So when you come to the government service, your expectation is that you will be offering services. So that is the first thing, that we must be ready to offer services. As a government employee, you are a service provider. So you can't be a teacher, you can't be a doctor, You can't be issuing birth certificates. You can be issuing passports. You can be watching over. Maybe you are even in the security sector. That is public service. So what is critical is that you must have passion for service delivery. Secondly, the government service has been known really as a long-term career progress. The government only benefits you as a young man if you plan in the long term. And therefore you commit yourself. The government or the public service as a service, you'll appreciate that the government, the public service, is also one of the few institutions that constitute both a career and a profession. So you can be a professional doctor, but also working in Can you hear me?
Yes, Daktari, you had broken, but you're back.
I'm back. I was muted by my host. Unfortunately.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that is what we are looking at. But what does a career in the public service mean? When you join the public service, you commit yourselves to giving service to the people. It is a very fulfilling career if you are onward looking and can also lead to a lot of career growth. There are lots of opportunities in the government to grow in your career and to expand your knowledge. Does it pay? It pays. The pay may be modest as you begin, but it has got lots of opportunities for growth. It is only in the government that you can really grow from a very low level to very high level and also have very, very critical networks. The government is networked throughout the world. You can make good contacts. You can have a very fulfilling career. Just as an example, I started my career in the Ministry of Finance, and I started my career in debt management, where I learned a lot in debt management. I was part of the Kenya Airways privatization team. I was part of the energy sector reforms because I was dealing with government on-lent loans. I had the opportunity to set up the first debt management system to capture government on-lending in the Commonwealth, and had the opportunity to set up the debt management system in Mozambique and develop the domestic debt module for South Africa. But the career in the government also gives you an opportunity to really grow and choose. After pursuing my master's at the University of Manchester in UK, I shifted focus to public service performance improvement. What exactly does it entail? I think career in the public service requires hard work. And you can only thrive if you are committed and dedicated to hard work. You must be a go-getter because the competition is so high. The public service employs so many people. So if you just sit back and wait, you are likely to be subsumed by the masses. So the public service career, you must be a go-getter. You must always be on the lookout. You must always do your work diligently. Career in the public service also exposes you to citizens' needs. Therefore, the beauty of it is that you see the outcome of your service. When an old man comes for an ID, when an old man comes to ask for questions, it requires a lot of customer relation skills. It requires a lot of outgoing. You need to be outgoing, but above all, you need to be dedicated civil servant. I know the biggest challenge that faces a lot of our young men currently is the issue of believing that you need to have a side hustle. Side hustles have got the tendency to distract you from your core. I wouldn't encourage you at this early stage to be looking at what if, but I would encourage you to really be dedicated and look towards developing your career. There's a distinction between career growth and career development. There's a tendency when you join the public service to look for promotions and not develop your skills. It is better that you develop your skills and be known for a skill rather than just move towards the career. And the public service offers a lot of opportunities for skills development. I started in debt management. I ended up in development economics and subsequently ended up doing a PhD in policy. The public service also gives you lots of opportunities to also deal with other counterparts in other countries. In the course of my career, I've had the opportunity to travel to a lot of countries. It is a good platform for a bigger growth, a good platform to assist you move and also see what you need. What does a career in the public service mean? A career in the public service means giving back and being at the center of very, very important decision makings in government development. Our commitment to a career in the public service, therefore, means a long-term prospect. When we joined originally, it meant we had the schemes of service, but the government is phasing out the schemes of service. The schemes of service were structured such that you would have to take 3 years in a career, in a position before being promoted. What did that mean? That meant that you have to be grounded in skills and ability to perform at a level before moving to the next level. Therefore, it was very structured and move across. But currently, the government is opening up such that people can move across horizontally and also move across vertically, not really depending on the number of years you have taken, but depending on performance. The citizens pay taxes and they want to see value for money. Therefore, as a public servant, you are expected to deliver on the expectations of the citizens. You are expected to be diligent. I know in the course of this induction, you will go through values and principles of public service. They are core to a public servant. Can you identify a public servant when you see them? You should be able to identify a public servant. I also believe that the public service has got the best brains around. And they deal with a lot of complex issues. The public service career is interesting because every day there is a new challenge. Every day there's a new challenge to be dealt with. And if you are not diligent, then you might find yourselves falling behind. I had mentioned about career growth and career development. There is a slight distinction. Career growth is vertical mobility, moving to the next stage. Career development is identifying a skill and then saying you want to be an expert in this area. The public service has been training generalists for a long time, but I think we need to grow expertise in various areas. If you are an economist, you want to have diligent health sector economists. We need to have diligent educational economists. You can see the challenges going through education sector. We need to see very, very diligent sectoral experts to help the government. And you can really draw your expertise and say, this is what you are contributing towards government. As a career public servant, I've therefore had the opportunity. I was in the team that introduced the rapid results approach in government. I was in the team that conceptualized the Huduma Center. If you are diligent, outgoing, and ready to be to be, it might sound bad, ready to be used, not in that bad aspect, but ready to offer yourself, your services, then you will really, really grow in your public sector growth. What is it therefore? I've said that public service career is a long-term career because it is extremely structured and layered, and you don't expect to be at the top within a very short period of time. It has taken me 35 years to be the Deputy Commission Secretary, but I don't regret it because my career has been fulfilling. I have met with presidents. I have traveled to most countries in the world. I have been involved and done concepts that have seen change people's lives. And therefore, I think all said and done, a career in the civil service is one of the most fulfilling careers. I've also had the opportunity at one time when I was young enough to think that career in the public service was slow. So I moved out to PricewaterhouseCoopers on a leave of absence. But I found myself coming back after 2 years. Why? Because there is a big difference. The career in the public service is fulfilling. A career in the public service is impactful. A career in the public service gives you a lot of scope to develop, to grow, to be who you are. As expected, and as we talk to, I know there are different people from different backgrounds and different professions, but the government will give you a platform to exploit fully your knowledge. The government likes career in the public service. For people to thrive, you have to be innovative. You have to be critical thinker. And your supervisors will expect you to approach them with critical issues. At times, I know we live in a world where maybe we might challenge. The systems might look slow, but I think it is worthwhile to listen to your supervisors and to also listen to your mentors. They will give you very, very important information. As I tell you, as I also mentioned, that it is only a career in the public service that gives you an opportunity to grow in terms of education. The government offers study leave and fully paid. They only deduct 80% of the money. And it is, don't wait. I would encourage you not to wait for the government to give you the scholarship. Please go out there and look for them. And if you look for them, you get a course approval, and you will be given 80% of your salary and also enjoy the benefits of the scholarship and the stipend. As I mentioned earlier, I had the opportunity to do my master's in the University of Manchester. I had the opportunity to pursue my PhD at the University of Newcastle. I also had the opportunity as a government officer to pursue certified balanced scorecard course. So I'm a certified strategic planner at the George Washington University, and also pursue performance management and planning at Witwatersrand Business School. Government career is fulfilling. After 35 years in government and transcending from Treasury, Ministry of Finance to Office of the President, Cabinet, Office of the President, then subsequently Cabinet Office, and serving in the Office of the Prime Minister at that time, then back to the Ministry of Devolution and Planning, and now at the Public Service Commission. I think I have lived a full life and I've enjoyed my career in the public service. How have I succeeded in the public service? Yes, I've always tried to be diligent, outgoing, and do my level best in the assignments that I've taken. I normally tell young people that, yes, we have heard this phrase that you work smart. No, I don't think you need to work smart. You need to think smart, but work hard. You need to think smart, but work hard. After you've decided on what you want to do, you must put effort. And hard work pays. Hard work pays. You don't need to know anybody in the public service to grow. All that you need to know is to work hard and show your skills and be able to volunteer for a number of assignments. A lot of us come to the civil service at times with some maybe attitude. I would like you to be dedicated to what you have, and don't think that maybe reporting time is 8, but you appear at 8, and by 5 you are packing your things. The challenging thing is that there are so many people, and what you'd like to do is ask yourself, what distinguishes you from the next person? What makes you outstanding? Is it the way you dress? Is it the way the effort, the hours you put in work? Is it the way you present your work? There must be, you must strive in the public service to have something that distinguishes you from the rest of the people. And therefore, if you have that, then you will extremely enjoy your career in the public service. It's a fulfilling career. It opens up means to everything that you can think about. Networking and the critical sectors, the dignity of serving diligently in the public service is an honor to the country. And therefore, I think I would like to say briefly that yes, why public service? Because the career in the public service is fulfilling. You see the fruits. Why a career in the public service? It opens up a lot of opportunities for career, not only for career growth, but also for career development, to expand your knowledge. Another thing, why a career in the public service? A career in the public service also gives you an opportunity to serve your country. It gives you an opportunity to see the impact of what you can contribute. When we walk to a number of these public services at times, yes, it is not good enough to say this thing is not working. But I think if you have an opportunity to change it, what can you do about it? The career in the public service gives you that platform to change and to make your country what you would like it to be. I realize we were running late, and I wouldn't like to run a bit of the program. I think I would like to end it there, and I'm retiring a very, very happy person, having served in the government for over 35 years. And next month marks my last month in government and in service. Having served in the Public Service Commission for 10 years, I encourage you to look for opportunities in the public service. It is stable. It enables you plan long term, and that is what we're looking for. The benefits are reasonable and can make you live a decent life. But above all, why do I like the public service? I like the public service for exposure. I like the public service for ability to develop a career broader than what most of the institutions are. You know, when you are in the private sector, it is just single. If you are in insurance, it is insurance. If you're in the bank, it's about the bank. But the government gives you an opportunity to interact on a wide spectrum of things and broadens your horizon. Also gives you an opportunity to not only interact with the Kenyan public service, but also to give you the opportunity to interact internationally at international level. You will have opportunities to benchmark services. You'll have opportunities to contribute to very, very important issues. So apart from career growth, it has got the opportunity for development. And if you're working hard, then you will for sure get your promotions. And if you are recognized in government, then you know that other benefits will follow. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, even as you pursue and aspire to join the public service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obongo, for that very insightful presentation on commitment in the public service. Thank you for encouraging us as the interns, and we are very, very happy. If you have feedback or a question for Dr. Obongo, we continue doing that on the chat. I also want to remind our interns and participants that there's a link that has been sent to the chat where you're supposed to register your presence and your participation. So make sure you have registered. You may also follow us on YouTube and make your comments on YouTube. You're supposed to have a health break, and I want to make this health break very interactive. So for the next 10 or 15 minutes, give chance to a few of you participants to ask your questions live. So you will just raise your hand and you will be allowed to speak. Make it brief so that you spare time for your other colleague to also ask a question and interact. I also want to alert our media team that there's a lot of questions that need responses on the live chat, on the question and answer chat. Like, for example, if I sample a few before I open the floor, Geoff is asking about quarterly reports. What is the procedure? Where do we get the forms? Where do we submit them? Moline is asking, kindly clarify why hospitals demand extra payment, yet the commission pays SHA. Sarah Kisiangani asks, can you get paid for overtime? Then Peter Odiwar asks, my name is Peter, is there a possibility of considering our payment to be alternative? Daniel Munyangane, I am carefully listening. My ask is that, what makes it so difficult for the commission to consider the prayer of intern to extend contract from 1 year to at least 3 years? So there are very many questions on the live question and answer. I'll ask the media team to make arrangements to be responding to them as we move on. Now, our dear interns, I want to open the floor. According to my watch, it's 10:26. We can do this up to around 10:35 or 10:40. Just an interactive session as we observe the health break. And also, Jacqueline Manani. So if you have a question, just raise your hand and you'll be allowed to speak. As much as possible, direct your question to Dr. Sylvester Obongo so that he's able to respond to your questions. Karibu sana. And Dr. Obongo, it's your forum to interact with the young people as they ask their questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The young people have just logged in and walked out.
Maina, do we have any raised hand? You can admit them so that they ask questions, or rather allow them to speak.
Yes, we have Hannah Kamau permitted to talk. Hannah, you can ask your question.
Anna, you might need to check your mic. Are you muted? We can't hear you. Okay. Daktari and maybe Anna, I can see there are 22 hands raised. Maina, maybe so that we save time and receive as many comments as possible. If somebody doesn't speak, maybe we go to the next person. I can see 26 hands are raised now. Kindly, when you're allowed to speak, ensure you unmute so that we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
Hello. My name is Mona Hamisi from the National Crime Research Center as an ICT intern. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
My question is concerning our SHA. Okay, apparently we have deductions. We have been deducted almost 600 and when you go to the hospitals, we are asked if you are public servants and we respond, yes, you are public servants, but the response from the hospital is that our SHA is not comprehensive. So what does that mean and what can be done so that our SHA can become comprehensive so that we can be able to use it in hospitals? Apparently, we are not able to use it in any hospital using SHA.
Good morning. My name is Montas Moura from the National Crime Research Center. My question is regarding the internship program. Whether after completion of the program, one can apply for the affordable housing program. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think our question are submitted. Thank you.
Next. We can take about 5, Mr. Maina.
Justice Wangela, kindly ask your question.
Wanjala, you're muted. Speak now. Justice, kindly speak.
Team from Postal Corporation.
Yes. Unmute and speak. We go to the next minor.
Well, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is David Monte on behalf of Postal Corporation of Kenya. So I have a question to Adano Koyo. He mentioned about Well, sorry, you mentioned about SHA, but then I failed to mention about housing levy. Sorry, there's a miscommunication, but
It's
you can
okay.
hear me now
We had
clearly.
you. Yes, we are hearing you.
So I would like to have some clarification on the housing levy. Why should interns be subjected to that levy, considering that these are stipend?
Thank you. Next question. We take two more, then Dr. Obongo responds. And I think a few others will be responded to by Mr. Guyo. Two more.
I would like to respond on the question regarding the housing levy. It's a statutory deduction. Anyone who is paid from by government exchequer are expected to be deducted. So in fact, whether you're in private or public, as long as you are paid salaries, everyone is deducted. So that's a government directive. It's very important for you. It's just like pay as you earn, which you are deducting. So there's a levy, and it has to be deducted from anyone who is paid salaries or stipends.
Okay, Dr. Obongo, you can respond to the ones that you can respond to.
I don't think any was directed to me. There was nothing in career. All of them were on SHA and the deductions on Guyo's presentation, is it?
Let me read for you one from the chat box.
Yeah.
Vincent Kipsang is asking, the government makes a significant investment in training and mentoring interns through the PSIP program over a 12-month period. Given that we acquire critical institutional knowledge and are fully qualified, what structural frameworks or affirmative action policies does the public service have in place to ensure this pool of experienced talent is transitioned into permanent roles rather than starting fresh recruitment from outside? It's a bit mixed, but you can answer the ones.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think the gentleman's concern is valid, but we have to look at the bigger picture. The government employs just about 8,000 interns out of a pool of over 100,000 graduates annually. Two very clear things that come into the picture is that an internship program anywhere is about exposing the participants or the beneficiaries to an industrial environment. Definitely, as an intern, having worked in government, if positions are advertised, they start at an advantaged position because they know the insides. But that should not preclude them from going through the interviews. It is therefore not possible to therefore use internship as an entry to government. And I think that was clearly stated by Commissioner Asienga's in Commissioner Dr. Asienga's message. Secondly, an internship is also an environment to help the beneficiaries test the government. There are those who might join internship, then at the end of the 1 year, they decide that they don't want to work for the government. We wouldn't like that transition to happen like that. So I think to be fair to those who do not have the opportunity to join the internship, and to be fair to everybody else when jobs are advertised. And the government is not saying that it is only through internship program that people get exposure to industry. There are several other programs. Because even when we advertise for the internship program, when we advertise for 7,000 positions, we get over 60,000 applicants. So why should we use this? And then an internship interview is not a job interview. And therefore, we cannot use that internship interview to place you to a specific job. We post the interns for that experience. When positions come up in various places, it is only fair that we advertise them and give everybody a fair opportunity. But I think if a diligent intern also applies, they will have a head start over other applicants who have not even that region. And because the interviews are purely on merit, then they should be able to demonstrate that they have actually been interns when they now apply and are interviewed for a job.
What happens to someone who is placed in an area that is not related to his or her course of study, and how will he get exposed to his area of study given that internship is only a one-term chance? Dr. Obongo.
Yes, we try as much as possible to place people within areas which is relevant for them. But remember that academic disciplines are not aligned to work experiences. People don't learn work in school. People learn discipline. Like, for instance, somebody has learned history. Or geography? Where are you going to place them at the workplace? So we try to align closest to that, especially for those internship programs. Not every discipline aligns to a workplace, but we try to align you as close as possible. When that does not happen, then we can always reconsider, because organizations also give us the number of opportunities they have. So if we have got maybe you did electrical, and Ministry of Public Works only needs 20 electrical engineers, and we have got 50, then at times we might not align. We will place you closest to the area that you are with as much as possible. But that is not always assured because of the number of positions we have and the number of applicants we have in some other areas. As we also know, there are some courses in the university which are very popular more than others. So that's it. But we like to give you an work environment experience. The key word here is industrial experience. How does a work environment look like? How do people work in offices? What do they do and what do they produce? After all, when you go there, you are still learning. That is the key thing. How does a manager run office? How is an office environment? What are the expectations? What are the norms? How do people behave in offices? That is what we are exposing you to more than anything else.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obongo. And Sami Kamula, on behalf of all of us, says, I honestly appreciate Dr. Sylvester Obongo's positive remarks on the public service career. I want to politely request to put a pause on the answer session. presentations. And now I want to welcome Madam Jacqueline Mamani, the Deputy Commission Secretary in Legal Services in Public Service Commission. And Ms. Manani will take us through workplace communication and etiquette. Ms. Manani, the floor is yours. Do we have Ms. Manani with us?
Hello. This is Legal Services. She's having a court session. She'll join us later on at around 12. So we will have Sharifa Kidega to take us through work ethics and code of conduct in the public service. Sorry for that. So Sharifa, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Guer.
Thank you so much. Let me just put it on slide mode. Good morning once again. My name is Sharifa Munishe from the Department of Ethics and from the Department of Values and Ethics in the Public Service Commission. And I shall be taking you through the work ethics and code of conduct in the public service. And this is about, before we continue, I would just like us to brainstorm and just a self-reflection on each and every one of us. And this is on what would you, which officer would you want to be while serving, while you're doing it during your induction period. You're looking at here, we have two case scenarios. There's an officer A and there's an officer B. And the officer A is a person who's honest, acts with integrity at all times, is reliable, depends and delivers on commitments, is professional and respects others and follows procedures, and is respected by citizens, trusted for fair and quality services. So this officer builds trust and makes a difference. While on the other hand, we're having an officer who is unreliable, irresponsible, probably is often late or absent, doesn't report on to work on time, is corrupt, abuses his office for personal gains, and then also misuses public resources and authority. This officer also this is distrusted by citizens. For instance, a customer comes to the workplace and a customer needs 6 services from this officer, and this officer behaves in a manner that is not a person who can be trusted. And this person looks like a person who has integrity issues. So this officer in the end becomes distrusted by the customer and also destroys his or her trust and harms the public good. So here we are asking ourselves, what would you want to be during this internship duration? An officer A or an officer B? The message here is the difference is often not in intelligence or qualifications. All these things boil down to ethics. So we ask ourselves, then what is this work ethics? And work ethics refers to the values and principles that guide how we perform our duties, make decisions, and interact with others, even when no one is watching. When you're inside, it's all about the decisions, for instance, the decisions that you make while you're inside your workplace are you a person of integrity? Like whatever you do at the workplace, is this the image of you that we see here? And even when we go outside somewhere, when probably in a private affair man, or maybe a private function, will I be able to see the same individual that I see at the workplace, or I see a totally different officer? So here we are talking about what ethics is all about, doing what is right even when no one is watching. And work ethics influences our conduct. And our conduct here, we are saying that it guides how we behave at work. It's about how we treat our colleagues. Do we treat our colleagues in a manner that is a manner of respect? When I see my colleague, do I treat my colleague in a respectful manner? Or do I serve, for instance, again, when customers come to the workplace, do I serve these customers in the way that I'm supposed to serve them, in a dignified manner? So this is about our conduct. It also influences our decisions. Our decisions here, we're saying that it helps us make fair and honest and objective decisions. So we are not swayed by the decisions that we make. We are not influenced. Probably when somebody, maybe a colleague is from one ethnic community, as I am, then I decide to my decisions are swayed because of the same ethnic community that we are coming from. And if someone else comes and interacts with me from a different ethnic community, my decisions are swayed based on that ethnic community that this other person comes from. So there is no impartiality. So here we are trying to say we need to make our decisions to be fair, honest, and objective. Then we can say work ethics also influences our reputation. And our reputation here, we are looking at, does it shape how others perceive us and the institutions we represent? The ethical behaviors we are saying is it builds trust and public confidence. So whatever we do, we also need to see that it also boils back and comes back to how an individual sees us, from how an individual would, or the persons in the public would view me as an individual based on my institution. So if I'm out there and I've worn probably a T-shirt with the emblem or a tag of the institution that I represent, and I'm there and I've gone somewhere and I'm drinking and I'm having fun. I'm drinking a lot, and to an extent that I start misbehaving out there, and I'm in my office uniform. So everybody will be looking at me like, oh, this person, look at the way this person is behaving in an inappropriate manner. And is this how this person also, is this the way that this person represents that particular institution? Or could that institution all be behaving in that same manner? So we need to be careful about how we behave out there, because this is how others will perceive us in the institutions that we represent. If I can go on. So why work ethics matters in the public service? Ethical conduct builds trust and confidence in government. And here we are saying, for example, citizens are more likely to seek government services and comply with laws when public officers are honest, fair, and transparent. It improves service delivery. And here we're talking about, as an example, when reporting to work on time, treating clients with courtesy, and processing requests efficiently, reducing delays. And it also enhances customer satisfaction as examples. It creates a positive workplace culture. And we're looking at this respectful interactions. It's all about looking at teamwork and accountability, fostering a productive and harmonious environment. When we walk into an institution, it's about looking at how these colleagues work with one another. Are you seeing social cohesion amongst them? or are we seeing conflicts going on around them? So what you're trying to say is that we need to have or create a positive work culture in the workplace that we come from. And then we move to enhances the image of government. And here we're looking at examples of how the professional conducts we're talking about. We're looking at issues of integrity and the ethical decision-making, strengthening the public's perception of government institutions. So how we portray ourselves is what everyone, our citizens, our customers will view us as the government image, because each and every one of us here is part of the government. So when you're out there and somebody says, oh, look at how the government is behaving, and you're like, yeah, this is how the government behaves. Yeah? You forget that right now you're also part of that government. You represent that government. So we need to have this. We need to show the public and our stakeholders the positive image of government. So here from this slide, this is about the ethics in action. And here we're just basically looking at the ethical behaviors of a day-to-day life of an intern. For instance, in the morning when you arrive at your workplace, have you arrived? You ask yourselves, have I arrived on time? And am I ready to serve the persons that I'm supposed to serve? So you need to start your day with a responsibility and be ready to serve each and every person that you're supposed to serve or undertake your duties that have been assigned to you. And again, moving on to midday, for instance, you're having customers who have come to your desk, then you need to listen, respond, and treat everyone in a dignified manner. And dignity here, we are saying that from the moment that you were born, then you have an inherent right to be respected. So we need to treat each and everyone with a dignified manner. When you see a person with disability approaching your institution or has come to seek services, then they treat this person in a dignified manner and just don't be discriminatory on that individual. So we have to practice respect and fairness. And again, moving to that's midday, and in the afternoon, for example, you encounter on your workstation, you have several documents that are placed there, and some of them are confidential. And the information that you will come across should remain with you. So we need to keep information confidential and use it only for official purposes. So what we're trying to say is that if this information is not yours, then do not share this information with unauthorized persons. So we need to make ethical decisions and protect the information that we have seen or we keep on coming across while at the workplace. And at the end of the day, and that is at 5 p.m., for example, you're supposed to, yes, at 5 p.m., you ask yourselves, before I exit the office, then what should I do? Probably I need to take care of public resources as if they were my own. The way I behave in my home, inside my house, then should be the same way that I behave while in the office in terms of taking care of the resources that are assigned to me. This would be if you leave your workstation, then switch off. It's just catches by switching off the lights, which saves resources. And again, also, we need to also, for example, your laptops are on or your computers, then you need to switch them, all of them, and ensure that their security. So it is about being responsible for the resources that we have been provided and leaving things better than how you have found them. So moving on, we ask ourselves, are interns bound by the code of conduct? Yes, interns are bound by the code of conduct and the Public Service Commission Regulations 2021, and more specifically 45.6 guides that interns shall be deemed to be public officers for the purposes and duration of the internship and shall be subject to these regulations. and prevailing code of conduct for public officers in the public body to which the intern is attached. So this is to remind you that you are bound by this, the public service regulation. And during this period of time, you're also viewed as a public officer. So what you're saying is that from your first day, ethical conduct is not optional, it is expected. So you need to adhere to this code of conduct. So moving on, why ethical, moving on, why ethics matters to your career. Ethical behavior builds credibility. People trust officers who are honest, reliable, and consistent in their actions. People trust ethical behavior builds employability. Employers are more likely to hire and retain individuals with reputations for integrity and professionalism. As you've been told by the earlier presenter, and this is Dr. Obongo, about issues of, you know, how you conduct yourself, and while during your internship period will assist you, and also in building your career. For instance, your internship has ended and you apply for a job, and yes, somebody would be looking at, oh, that I remember that intern, and this intern worked in a very professional manner and was a person of integrity. So somebody reminds you for that and would be like, probably then I can hire this individual based on what I saw during their internship period. So there's also ethical behavior builds professional networks, and ethical behavior here helps build positive relationships with your colleagues. You find, for instance, you've exited from maybe the internship, the internship ended, but you've made networks with your supervisors, with your mentors, and even your colleagues around you. And somebody, for instance, again, you're looking for a job somewhere else, and somebody will be like, hey, I remember Alex. Alex, we used to work together, and Alex is searching for a job. Then probably someone else or an institution is looking for has an opening, and this person could recommend you for that particular job. So it builds positive relationships. And ethical behavior builds also positive references. Supervisors are more willing to recommend individuals demonstrating good character and work ethics. Who would want to recommend an intern, or let me call you now public officer during this period? Who would want to recommend a public officer who's always absent at the workplace? Yeah, who always, always has excuses, who's very disrespectful to their supervisors and all. So those are the questions. And we're saying ethical behavior builds leadership opportunities, where integrity and accountability are qualities that are considered when assigning responsibilities and leadership roles. And it also builds career growth, where strong ethical reputations open doors to future opportunities. So here we are looking at what the code requires of every one of you. And here the code is, as a reminder and an emphasis, this is the Code of Conduct and Ethics for Public Officers of 2016. So we're saying public officers shall uphold, these are the Code of Conduct, which these are the standards which you'll find in the code, and we'll just be picking on a few of them. And one of them is that public officers shall uphold the rule of law. Each and every one of us should abide by the rule of law. No one is above the law. We should take responsibility and accountability for our actions and decisions. Remember, whatever you do, then you should do it in a responsible, in an accountable manner, then because you will be held accountable for those actions that you've made and the decisions that you've undertaken. We need to perform our duties in an efficient, honest, transparent, and integrity. We need to promote, demonstrate professionalism and maintain appropriate standards of dress and personal hygiene. When you wake up in the morning, what you're trying to say is dress appropriately and yes, and also maintain personal hygiene. And we also need to maintain proper conduct of our private affairs, observe financial integrity, and here we're also encouraging you to live within your means. Just because you've seen, for instance, a colleague or a supervisor, you know, it could even be a director, a CEO, you know, even if you're from a state corporation, they're chairman or of the corporation, and you want to compete with them, and you've just entered you've just entered your internship period. You know, these people have been in the service for long. They've accumulated their wealth for so many years. Then what you're trying to say is just live within your means. Even you, one day you will get there. This will save you a lot. We also need to fulfill our tax, financial, and legal obligations and adhere to moral and the ethical standards you're talking about. Properly manage gifts and benefits. Ensure that when you're given a gift, then it should not be exceeding more than, 20,000. And if you're given more than that, then you should respectfully decline and say, no, I'm sorry, but I need to abide by the Code of Conduct and Ethics for Public Officers. And again, we're supposed to avoid wrongful and unlawful acquisitions of property while we're at the workplace, and declare and manage conflicts of interest. We also need to refrain from improper involvement in procurement and tenders. Well, if you're a procurement officer, then you need to abide by the procurement rules and regulations. And we also need to observe rules on collections and harambe. While at the workplace, it is not a place for collecting, looking for harambes. They're always looking for, can you help me? Can you help me with, I've been nominated as the chairman of a certain, group out there, and we are collecting some funds because we are fundraising for a particular event which doesn't concern, the workplace. And here you come and you're like asking your colleagues, passing around a piece of paper of donation. You want some money. So you're like, please donate for me some cash every day, pestering your colleagues. Tafadhali tu, tafadhali. Hata kama ni 500, niwekee tu, tafadhali. I'm going to be giving out this money for a donation out there over the weekend. What you're trying to say is that the workplace is not an environment for collecting harambe money on all. So again, moving just forward and with some of them, you're talking about promote a respectful workplace by preventing bullying and sexual harassment. Bullying, you find some institutions, you find some officers are bullying others. What we're trying to discourage is we should not have such incidences, and there shouldn't be also incidences of this sexual harassment. And we need to report on improper or unlawful orders and refuse to implement illegal directives. This will really save us during this induction, during this your internship period. So, commitment to the code. Every public officer should sign the code, commit to that code, and you become accountable for compliance of that code. And as a reminder, you may face disciplinary action for breach of that particular code. So what we are saying is signing the code is easy, but living the code is what matters. So I urge you to continue trying to live according to what the code requires you to do. What can ruin an internship? And here we are looking at issues of integrity violations, concerns such as dishonesty, falsifying of records, unprofessional conduct, issues of absenteeism, talking about bullying, as what you said, disrespect towards your colleagues and customers, abuse of office, public office, During the workplace, you're involving yourselves in political activities. Yeah, and here you're talking about politics at the workplace, what group you're supporting and what you're not supporting. Misuse of public resources, using, for instance, government vehicles for personal business, and personal use of office equipment and internet. And again, breach of confidentiality, discussing confidential matters in public space and sharing information without authorization. We are looking at, again, the social media and digital ethics. All of us, or I would say majority of you, are youthful in your youth bracket. And here we are looking at how we should use the social media in a responsible manner. And I'm reminding you, think before you post, protect confidential information, that what is not yours, do not share. Be mindful of what you post, because photos can expose more than you think. And be respectful in online, while you're online. Your words represent you and your workplace. And think before you share. Always remember, yeah, forwarding is sharing. You can still be held accountable for what you share. And basically, maintain a professional digital footprint. What you post today can follow you to tomorrow. We always say that the internet never forgets. So those are the things you need to always be mindful of when you're using the social media. Here, we are coming to ethical dilemmas, and they're just different scenarios, case scenarios, and you're looking at what are the case scenarios and how do you go about that. For instance, in case scenario 1, the ethical dilemma, what would you do? As a supplier offers you a gift after you assist in the processing of a document. You ask yourself, is it appropriate? Could it influence your judgment? What lesson? What does the code require? The code says that you should avoid gifts that may compromise your integrity. Then just respectfully tell the customer that, thank you, the supplier, thank you, but I shall not accept this small gift that you issued me. Ethical dilemma 2, what would you do? A friend requests confidential information from your office, and you ask yourself, who owns the information? Are you authorized to share it? What are the consequences of you sharing that particular information? So you tell the officer, I'm sorry, I cannot share confidential information, because as an officer, I'm supposed to protect official information. And the last ethical dilemma is, what would you do? As a relative asks you to help them bypass the queue and receive faster service. What do? This is your cousin, it could be your uncle, your parents, just anyone, or even friends. You ask yourself, is this fair? Is this impartial? Does it amount to favoritism? And because an officer must act impartially and avoid preferential treatment. So if there's a queue, you just tell them, kindly so-and-so, you will have to queue with the rest, and I will serve you when your time arrives. We're looking at here is a reputation test. And before making any decision, this is a reminder to each and every one of us. You ask yourselves 3 questions. Is it legal? Is it ethical? Would I be comfortable if this appeared on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper? You can imagine whatever action I have done today, and tomorrow morning when I wake up and I see on the newspaper, Sharifa Munishe has been exposed. You can imagine the shame and everything that will happen to me and the consequences that are waiting for me. So we do not want to see each and every one of us in such a situation. So if the answer is no to any of these questions, then do not do it. In conclusion, I will remind you, your degree earned you the internship. Yes, from the beginning you were told you all graduates, so your degree earned you the internship, but your character will determine your future. We need to be persons who inspire trust, demonstrate integrity, and serve citizens with professionalism. Thank you so much. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam Sharifa, for that very good presentation on the ethics that bind interns, and also for reminding interns for the period that they are attached to the public service, they are considered public officers. And as such, they are bound by all the ethical standards that apply to us and to them. In the interest of time, I want to welcome the next presenter, who will be Mr. Megwe. But before then, to mention that in the chat box, I have shared again the registration link for everybody who is sharing online. However, there's an exception for the interns who are logged on as a group in their respective institutions. So for those who are listening to us from the institutions in which they are attached, or in which they are doing their internship, there is a physical registration form that you should sign. So ensure that you get that form and you register. I also wish to remind us that we are still live on YouTube, and you can follow proceedings there and put your comments there. We will be sampling those comments at the end of the session, just before we close this session. So I want to welcome the next presenter. He is Mr. Megwe. He is the Director Planning in the Public Service Commission, with a number of years experience in public service. And he should be able to tell us exactly, as interns, how do we fit into the public service as far as personal financial management is concerned. There are very many questions on the chat box and the question and answer session from you about the stipend. How do you manage it? It's too little, the economy is tight. So Mr. William Megwe will be able to demystify this for us. Also, as young people who are entering the phase of managing personal finances, we are also at a phase where some of us may be having families. So Mr. William Megwe should be able to demystify that. So welcome, Mr. Megwe. Give us your perspective on personal financial management. Asante.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. My name, like has been introduced, is William Megwe. I handle planning at the commission, and the task today is to take you through a presentation on personal financial management. Personal financial management. It's quite a challenging presentation because then we're dealing with finances in a situation where we have challenges in terms of sufficiency of the income we are managing, and also the duration of your contract, which is 1 year. Nevertheless, we should be able to share the thought of how we manage personal finances and how it can be impactful to you as interns during your stay with the public service. We'll go straight into the presentation because of time without anything else. So then in terms of presentation, we'll cover a number of areas. We'll cover a number of areas. We first of all look at the background of personal finance. Then we'll look at the financial life cycle. We look at personal money relationship. We'll look at the income, and I know that will be very keen for you, as then your age profile increases. We look at prudence, better decision making and focus when it comes to personal finance. We'll also look at challenges of personal finance planning. We'll look at the journey to a successful and fulfilling work life where the personal finance issues is concerned. And then we'll look at investing, wealth, and growth. Look at debt and how you are able then to have financial discipline. And then how to manage the income against the many expenses that you encounter on a day-to-day basis. So we'll go straight into the background. The presentation. Okay. In terms of background, we'll start by looking at the world we live in. We say that we live in a world that is characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And I know you can relate very well with this because then when it comes to, we normally call it VUCA. When it comes to volatility, we're dealing with rapid and significant changes in the markets, both financial markets and commodity markets, which impact on you in terms of cost of living. We also live in increasingly regulated spaces. There are laws, regulations, rules, guidelines that have to be followed. And as you enter the workplace, you realize that it's a highly regulated environment with many do's and don'ts. And how then do you maneuver your way so that then you are not caught in the wrong side of the regulations? The world is also characterized with uncertainty, difficult in predicting future events and outcomes. You know very well that technology is moving very rapidly and taking over a lot of jobs at the workplace. How then do you future-proof yourself using the courses and the skills that you've already acquired at the university? This gives you an opportunity as an intern to assess the workplace and position yourself and the skills on how you can then be able to grow by acquiring gradually the necessary skills that then will make your already acquired skills at the university relate to the workplace requirements and demands. And then the complexity, we live in interconnected and interdependent systems that are difficult to understand. And I know you can relate this very well. What is happening in other countries will be the same which is happening here. Ambiguity, there is lack of clarity or multiple interpretation of situations. And I know as persons growing up, you increasingly are living in a world that is rapidly changing. And lacking the ambiguity, then you have to make decisions without certainty. How does then this VUCA impact on your personal finances? VUCA, like we've said, that volatility comes with increasing cost of living. And I know you can relate that very well. I've seen in your chat box issues to do with whether the stipend is sufficient. You have to make do with the transport, accommodation, your own personal needs in a constrained space of 25,000 as a stipend. And that brings in the issues of cost of living. Reduced disposable income, even with that amount of money and the many demands that are on you, you find that it's very difficult to plan with this money. There are also a loss of jobs. Maybe you are coming from a household where maybe the providers, the parents, or whoever the guardians have lost their jobs. So you find increasingly that you have also to support your sibling in one or two things using the very limited resources that you are able to come across. You are coming from a pool of youth where the youth unemployment is reaching as high as 60%, and therefore even getting this chance and opportunities is quite a significant milestone in your life. Then there are the very many colleagues you've been with in college, those ahead of you, those you finished with, who still don't have jobs. And this brings complexity in terms of your social relationships. High levels of debt within families of course have an impact because it reduces the disposable income available to the households. Then struggles in the families are also closely related to the sufficiency of the income that come to the family vis-a-vis the very many needs that face the family. Let's look at the financial life cycle, and we'll begin at just where you are stepping from the university. I know as a student in the university, you are depending on your parents. And before that, you are in secondary schools where purely you are dependent financially, socially on your parents. As you then graduate to some level of independence in the university, you are able to make some social and decisions, but I know financially you are still dependent on your parents. So would say that very much so, even as you get into this internship, you are still at stage one where you are still highly dependent, particularly when we consider the financial side of it. But as you acquire the necessary networks, as you familiarize yourself with the workplace, jobs and assignments will come along. And this is then what moves you into the second stage of independence, because then you can grow from the 25 shillings stipend to higher levels of income as job opportunities arise along the way. Then we get to the growth stage. This is where you've settled on your very basic needs: housing, transport, food, and all those. And you are able to meaningfully do some savings, which you can place on the investments. And then you can now then be able to grow both as a person at the workplace and also in terms of your investment horizon. And then there is the maturity stage where then you've met your basic needs. You have basic foundations in the investments, and you are moving along now towards financial independence and the financial sustainability. On then until you then retire from the formal workplace. But then does not mean that you stop earning and managing money, because even in retirement, you still have your many hustles that you've created in the stage 3 of growth and stage 4 of maturity. And then let's look at the money relationship. What does money mean to you? Money may mean many things. It may mean that it's a means that allows you to break into certain circles of friends. If that is the main definition of money to you, then you will always spend instead of investing, because you know to sustain yourself in those circles, you need to spend and keep those friends. If money to you means a source of future security, little as it is, you will find some room to save a penny or two for the future, which then creates the investment path for you as your income changes over time. If money is a value in the world, of course, it will keep affecting you, because then you'll be very happy when comes your way and very frustrated when you don't have it. And finally, if you perceive money to be a source of evil by nature, then you'll always think of it in the negative terms. Let's now look at income versus the age. You coming from the university, the college, and you are still in stage 1. You're still dependent on support from your parents, but at least you can meet some very basic things like your transport to the workplace. You are contributing to SHA so you can take care partially of your medical needs. And I know you are also being deducted some money which goes to NSSF, which means then you begin saving for your future. As you grow, in the workplace, so will the income, because then you'll be compensated in future for the skills you've acquired and the work assigned for you. So you'll find yourself, as you continue growing up in terms of age profile, your income levels most probably will also improve along those 5 stages. Then we can look at how then do we look at personal finance. Personal finance comes with a lot of burden because of the many needs that face you. What is important is to exercise prudence and What is important is to exercise prudence and better decision making as money changes. They say that if you are able to manage the pennies, the pounds will take care of themselves. Money, why then does this matter? You need a purpose right from when you are interns, as you begin shaping your career path into the future. This is important because then it helps you resist impulsive purchases as money and income changes along the way. There will be very many distractions and get-rich-quick schemes. I know many young people have gotten lost in Ponzi schemes where you believe you can multiply your money and be able to meet your long list of needs. Instead, what we'll advise you is to make intentional choices within that constrained space, aligned to your long-term vision. Then you need the discipline and financial resilience. And this matters because it encourages consistency. Is what will keep you trying to improve yourself and keep encouraging you to work for more. Then purpose-driven wealth creation. Along the way, as your income will change, you need to see money as a tool, not a goal, because this will allow you to pursue financial independence with a mission, whether it's to support your causes that you are passionate about. You'll be able to mentor others and also fund your own transformation, family transformation, and ultimately you transform the communities you come from. Then a stronger financial relationship, why it matters, because finances affect your relationship in marriages. As you get along, I know you reach a point where possibly you may want to get into relationship, and money is a key issue in marriages. So how well you are able to manage personal finances will come in handy, because it will also affect your productivity in whatever you do. If you are not happy at all, happy in your relationship, it will have a bearing on your productivity in whatever you do. So it's important that financial issues are shared and perspectives and purpose are also agreed upon, because then you can get the best out of the money or income that comes your way. One of the greatest challenges in life is, what do you do when by any chance, luck, or maybe by purpose, you get some lump sum? I know along the way you will now proceed and get to settle in a regular income earning better than what you have, and many opportunities you come away. Banks will look for you. They will be willing to lend to you. Circles will come along the way. They will be willing to lend for you. What do you do with that lump sum along the way? That first decision can make or break your life. Because then if you create, and you see along the way, debts at the initial stages of your life rather than building wealth, then those debts will accompany for you for a very long time. So resources have never been scarce, only resourceful minds. So you need to apply yourself a lot of thinking, a lot of reasoning, even within that constrained income space, so that you get the best value from the little or whatever comes your way in terms of income. Let's now look at a journey to a successful and fulfilling work life. You need to evaluate where you are. Right now, you are maybe from the college, from the university. This is the first posting you have. and you be in this posting for 1 year, that is where you need to start planning from. Where you want to be. I know even as you negotiate and manage the stipend, which may not be enough, you need to make concrete decisions from the workplace and focus on where you want to be in the future through the networks that you will create at the workplace. There will be many opportunities that will come along the way. You need to look at the workplace as full of opportunities rather than full of challenges. How do you get there? You need to define that path for yourself. And why do you want to get there? Again, those perspectives are important. What do you have at hand? Right now, you have your skills from the degree that you've acquired. Maybe some of you have professional qualification. And then you have this posting as an intern. You need to build your foundation from those three fronts so that you can then be able to move forward. Will there be risks? Yes, there are very many risks at the workplace, like you've just been taken through. How you manage them will determine the kind of person that you'll be 12 months along the way. Let's now look at investing and wealth growth. I know you may see like you are detached from issues of investing and wealth, but I can tell you investing and wealth growth does not start when you get enough income, because income, salaries, whatever sources will never be income. You have to start with where you are. And this is not just a saying, but it's also a saying that is supported in the books, spiritual books, where making money work for you through wise investment. Ecclesiastes. Investments will help you to grow your wealth over time and provide financial freedom, which is your ultimate target along the way. Then now let's look at the debt issues. Again, the debt issues you will find in Proverbs 22:7 for those who are Christian. The rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is a slave to the lender. My advice on personal finance is that borrow wisely, because borrowing is not evil, but you need to borrow wisely and manage debts. Borrow only to do substantive investments or buy assets and not for consumption. Debt can be a tool for growth. Like along the way, you find opportunities in subsidized mortgages in the public sector, if you ever join the public sector, public service. And also you can advance yourself with debt, because that will be a good investment on your education. It can be also a trap, because then you'll be borrowing today to pay the past, and in the future you still be indebted. So exercise good judgment when it comes to borrowing, particularly with the very many apps that are in the marketplace, which induce you to regular borrowing. Reduce unnecessary spending, live within your means, like the previous presenter has said, because then it will free you from a lot of stress when you are able to delay purchases of big ticket items that are outside your means at the moment. Speak to people. Ideally, I know along the way you have university loans and all those. It's important along the way to pay those debts, because increasingly we're living in a world where data has been monetized and all your credit history is with those who have lent you money. So it's important along the way, as income increases, you'll be able to settle those debts so that you are free from those blacklisting in the CRBs. Never borrow or increase your loan along the way to pay short-term debts, because they get you into the trap. Pay your debts on installments and exercise cash payments where you enjoy bargains and discounts, because this saves you money. If you buy through credit, remember there is the credit cost component. Keep away from micro lenders and Shylocks, because you realize they lend you money at astronomical rates up to 30-35%. And this is not sustainable. Do not gamble. There is no free money. If you gamble, it's a zero-sum game. You are likely to end up with debts, and the odds will be stuck against you in the long term. Finally, wealth creation is 75% a mindset issue and knowledge, and only 25% is behavior. So exercise a lot of critical review of the decision when it comes to spending. It's not just about how much you earn, but what you understand how you manage it. Remember, I said if you manage the pennies, the pounds will sort themselves. So along the way, as you manage the little stipend that is being given to you, you will then develop a financial discipline, which will be a critical tool as you go along the way. Thank you very much, and hope that I can be able to respond to any issue that may come from my presentation. Over to the coordinator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Migwi, for that very good presentation on personal financial management. And thank you for reminding us that we really have to start. And being an intern is having a place to start. In fact, the Bible says that you are trusted with little, and then you progress to be trusted with much, much more. So thank you for reminding. I can see a few of you on the comment section are asking for a break. But I will just ask that we just stretch ourselves a little more. We receive one more presentation so that we can finish the program, because it's not a very lengthy program. And as you can see, our presenters are very concise and they are observing. So the next presenter is going to be Mr. Willis Ombima, who is the Director of Counseling Services at the State Department of Public Service. He will explain to us what that means.
Yes, madam, that's the right way the name is pronounced.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ombima. So we are welcoming you to the next to talk to us essential skills on self-awareness. Karibu sana, Mr. Willis.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, colleagues. Let me share my window. Thank you, colleagues. You are able to view it?
The presentation is not yet on.
You're able to view it?
Not yet. Or can somebody else see that presentation? Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Yes, pardon.
Okay, let me just redo it again. Go there. And go there. And go there. I share. Then I come. Are you able to see it?
Not yet, Mr. Ombima.
Oh. I don't know if you're able now.
You have a PowerPoint, Mr. Obima?
Yes.
It is not
I have,
showing.
it's not showing, but it's on my
Yes.
side. It's indicating sharing.
So our ICT director is directing that you share your presentation, not your screen, and you need to open your PowerPoint first.
I think that's what I've done. Let me just go back again. That's what I have done. I'm sharing my window because it is on my window. Yes. Then I've shared. And it is indicating that it's sharing. Are you able to see it now?
Not yet. Is the PowerPoint presentation open?
It is open, yes. And I followed the procedures that I was doing yesterday. Kindly allow me to send it then to Wangesh, then you do it right from your side.
Okay.
I think that will be a bit faster.
Okay. As Mr. Willis shared his presentation, I want to sample a few comments from our participants in the YouTube channel. There's somebody who is saying...
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Guya.
Bimba.
Okay. Amo Oyeri is saying, I think this program was meant for us to learn. Please, can you rotate us so that we do not do the same tasks for a long period of time? Kwamboka is saying that's an awesome presentation on ethics. Grace Nyamongo says, asks, can an intern still get the certificate given at the end of the program if they get formal employment before the end of the internship? Evans is saying, thank you so much to Madam Sharifa. It has been a nice presentation. Just a suggestion, I would propose next time you add something on virtues into brackets, response to various queries, and how you conduct yourself. Then Boniface Irongo decided to go easy and said consider providing us with lunch. Kivoi is asking, what will our future look like after the end of the contract? I don't want to tarmac. Then we have Mercy 2524 on the issue of finances. Can I request for relocation to another ministry where I can access without that much straining financially? Yes, Madam Mercy, this opportunity is available, but terms and conditions apply because it also depends on the availability of a vacancy that you can be absorbed into in that ministry. Then we have somebody who is saying, Stephen Onyango says, but was it necessary to deduct housing levy from our small or little stipend surely? These are on YouTube, so they might not necessarily be here live with us, but let me sample some from this live presentation. Kaimosi Friends University intern is asking, my name is Patience. I am asking if someone can be provided with certificate if I get a job before completion of the internship. I think that answer we will get it towards the end. Then if an intern's current assignment is not aligned with their area of study, can they seek redeployment or reassignment within the institution? Dr. Obongo answered that. Deno is asking for interns deployed as teachers in their respective prison stations. What is the procedure in case of absorption possibilities that they will all be taken through to get absorbed, since the stations, the teachers teaching the prisoners are officers, but not civilians, which is the case for the interns, okay? Good morning. This is from Isaac Kipkoech. Good morning, everyone. My question is, the government has the capacity to employ and also absorb at least a half of the cohort. Okay, we can continue as we wait for the presentation to run. And I want to say thank you very much to our interns for being very interactive. My voice is breaking. Joshua Karani, I hope it's okay now. The most recent comment is from Nixon Cheruyot. But again, he says, my name is Philip. I applied PSIP while looking for full page, but I am employed. Do I also get paid as other interns because the others are already paid, but I have not received anything? So we shall come back to all those questions towards the end of the session. And because I can now see our presentation is ready, I want to welcome Mr. Obima to take us through the session skills on self-awareness. Karibu, Mr. Obima. Mr. Obima, you may be speaking behind a muted mic.
It is very true. Sorry.
Oh.
Thank you. Now you are getting me.
Yes, we are.
Thank you, colleagues. Let me start by appreciating the Commission for taking the issues of mental wellness of officers, that is including interns, to heart, because this is one thing that will affect our work and how we are able to deliver our services. And for the interns, congratulations for having gotten the chance of being an intern in the public service. Take it as a step of honor that you've been able, out of so many, that you've been able to get that opportunity to serve the country as an intern, and that will help you to learn more about government and about service delivery, and also about how you grow. You are able to grow yourself as a. Now, mentioning that, we go to the next slide. I'll start by mentioning that as a human being, there are always things that we can be able to control, issues that are within our purview, And those are the issues we need to understand. And for us to be able to understand what is within our purview to make our quality of life more meaningful, we need to understand who we are. And that is the essence of this brief presentation. It is aiming at making us be able to understand who we are, what our emotions, those are what our feelings, our thought processes, So why do we behave the way we behave? And also it will enable us to be able to understand that when you are at a workplace as an intern, the behavior you give, the manner you talk will affect the people you are interacting with. Everything we do at our workplaces eventually have a net result of affecting how others relate to us and how we relate to those factors that may be a bit difficult in our lives. And because of that, getting into within ourselves, we need to understand what is this that I have that can make me move on. What are these issues in my life that actually they are gray areas? These areas, I need to work on them so that I can understand myself better, to be able to relate much better with individuals. These are issues that we can work in within ourselves without necessarily waiting for people, other colleagues at work, to understand us. If we wait for others to talk to us about who we are, then we are bound to lose our own identities. And the moment we are able to master that, then it means we are able to relate with anybody at workplace, whichever nature of the workplace. The only thing is, understand yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? And in coming to understand that, bear in mind that as a human being, we have the three parts. As an intern, there are three parts within yourself you need to interrogate very keenly. There is a bit of you that we know. It's very public for us. These are issues about you that you know and we know. For example, for me, most of you have not met me, but those ones who have met me, those ones from the public service and those from the commission, when I talk of I am short, dark, and I wear glasses, that is a description of me. I cannot shy away from that. That is me. When I talk of I have a small pot belly, that is me. Everybody knows about it. You don't have to shy away from that. Accept that's what you are. That bit normally don't give us sleepless nights. We can deal with it in our lives. But then there's a second part that also we need to be very careful with. This is a part of our private lives. This bit, I may be knowing, or I know what is in me, but other people don't know. So for colleagues at the workplace to be able to know what is in my private life, it is me to be able to disclose. I tell my colleagues, I don't like this. I don't like this color. I don't want to sit. I don't like sitting next to the window. They'll only be able to know such information if I'm able to open it up. And many a times, such information, when we have it, when we give it out, it is information that does not threaten ourselves. When I say I don't like to take lunch, I avoid taking lunch in the office, or I avoid taking lunch. I normally take breakfast and I take another meal in the evening. This is about me. Sharing it has no problem. I can share what I'm going through at work. I can share what I'm holding privately from my private life. But there's another point, my colleagues, that is called the hidden part of us. This part has information that we carry all along. And this is the information we need to be very much aware of. Because this is the information that will influence our behavior when we least expect. When a colleague gives a remark, you overreact. When a colleague makes an observation, you break down, you cry, you isolate yourself. There are things we carry in ourselves we do not share. And many a times, these are things that are very painful in our lives. We normally fear releasing this information to other people because of the fear that the information may be used against us. Now, this information, colleagues, this is information you need to dig deep into yourself, understand what problem it is. And the beauty with where you are now in the public service, the Public Service Commission has seen the need for you to be assisted to deal with this third part of you, the hidden part of you. And it has provided counselors to be able to sit and help you to understand what is there, Use the energies that are in your hidden part of life to be able to move on positively at work and in life, so that you can be able to manage your situation in a healthy way. Now, when you look at the next slide, when you go to the next slide, here, this is a very simple tool I'll use briefly to explain to you what essentially it is. In our lives, there are parts of us that we need to understand. The first part is what I explained when I was explaining the 3 components. This is called the Johari's window. We can use it to interrogate our inner selves, to be able to understand ourselves much better. Don't rely on other people to affirm you. Somebody to affirm you before you make the next step. Can you learn to affirm yourself? And then when you miss the confirmation from other people, you still have the internal energy. But you cannot affirm yourself if you don't understand yourself. So part 1, the first quadrant, is where I've written open area. It's an open book. Ombima is black. I don't know if I'm black or chocolate or brown. I don't know. Colors have a problem. But I'm dark. That's a fact. People know and I know. I am short. People know Ombima is short. I'm not tall. If you call me tall, I'll be shocked. Now, this is information I know and other people know. I have no problem with this. But there's another problem we call the blind area. In the blind area, I do not know what is in me, but I rely on others to tell me who I am. Somebody outside me, a colleague may tell me, Ombima, you are very emotional when this subject arises. Now, the moment that colleague tells me that, it tells me I need to interrogate myself. What is this experience in my life that makes me emotional when people start talking about families, or when people start talking about their parents, or when people start talking about where they're coming from? It means that's an area other people are able to observe. Now, for us to be able to get into that area, we need feedback from people. So we must be able, wherever we are, to be people who can be able to take in criticism, positive criticism, not to crush ourselves, but to be able to enrich our experiences at individual level. We are able to learn more about ourselves from the feedback we get from other people we interact with. Workplace is one of them. But remember, you take in not to crush you. And always when you get this feedback, you can always cross-check. Whom do you cross-check with? You cross-check with somebody you really trust. If not, then we have counselors in the service. You can contact them and they can be able to help you to dig deeper to understand that feedback. The third quadrant is a hidden area. You know about yourself. Others don't know. And this point is what I was referring to as the hidden area. This area, this quadrant, carries very painful things in our lives. I may have been brought up in a violent home. Trauma from a violent home will not run away from me the moment I've been appointed an intern in the public service. It will never run away from me, but it will influence me the way I'm going to interact with my supervisors in the service. It's going to influence the way I'm going to interact with my colleagues at the workplace. This information can easily destroy somebody's emotions. It's painful, it's deep-seated, but it holds the key to unlock the potential in you. And because of that, for you to get into the hidden area, now you need disclosures. But for you to disclose, you don't disclose to anybody. That's why we have counselors on board to guide you, to help you. And then the fourth quadrant is the unknown. Neither you nor the others know about you. We just come around it by sheer discovery. we must apply the skills we have. Self-awareness, there are skills involved in self-awareness. You use those skills time after time, they will be able to help you understand what is this about yourself that you never understood in the first place. Now, the moment we do that, you realize, my colleagues, when we use self-disclosures, we are reducing the hidden quadrant. When you're using the skills we've acquired in life, we are reducing the unknown area. And when you use feedback from our colleagues, we are reducing the blind area. So what happens? We will be expanding our open area. The more you understand better about yourself, the more you will be able to manage yourself emotionally well. An emotionally healthy public servant or intern will be able to deliver effective services. We have to start with our emotions. We must be stable. Now, when we look into the next slide, we ask ourselves, then after this, what do we stand to gain? And we realize there are those 5 areas. Area number 1, if you are able to understand yourself very well, it will improve your capacity to make healthy and good decisions. Because your decisions will not be guesswork. Yes. I know I am strong in area A, but not in area B. But I'm supposed to deliver in area B. What am I supposed to do? Do I just go on and make mistakes and yet I'm aware? No. Do I avoid to do it? No. Since I know I'm not strong in area B, the decision I'll make will be to look for a trusted colleague, a trusted person who can help me to be able to deliver on area B. Decision making. Number 2, it helps us to maintain strong relationships at family level, at personal level, and at work. If I'm not able to understand myself, I will not know when I will injure the person next to me. If I do not understand myself, I'll not be able to know which attribute within me, as Ombima, which attribute is offensive. And whenever I use that attribute, I normally annoy people and push people away from myself. I should be able to know attributes in me that make me likable and grow them up. And I should be able to know attributes within me that make people resentful, and I try to manage them so that I can manage relationships. We don't live alone. We have to work in areas where we occupy space together with other people. So we need to be very aware. Number 3, reduction of stress. I'll not belabor with something that I cannot do because I'll be increasing stress. But I'll be able to know this one I cannot be able to do and make the right decision. How can I get help to deliver? So the moment I'm aware of that, then I'll be able to meet deadlines. If I'm able to meet deadlines, then I'll be reducing conflicts with my supervisors. So my life will be reduced stress because I can see beforehand which area is possible for me to make a mistake and lag behind, and do a solution for it even before the problem comes to me. Enhances leadership and teamwork. One of the things that at the end of the day, the moment you clear your internship, you have to ask into the service that I'm exiting. Let's go back to the former slide, please. Yes. The moment we understand ourselves, we'll be able to work, to coexist and work with people. And then the moment I know who I am, I will not wait for somebody to affirm me. Affirmation is within me. So I will not be going with what the multitude says. I'll be going with the confidence that I know what I'm doing. You build confidence in yourself. And when you build confidence, you are building resilience. Resilience is ability to stand up again even after falling. You don't cry while down. You stand up, you review yourself. Because you know your fears, you know your strength. You are not scared of yourself. You can talk to yourself and be able to move on. So those are the 5 major advantages we stand to get if you are self-aware. Now from there, now we go to how do we make sure we are self-aware? That's when we go to the next slide. How do I become self-aware? There are about 8 skills I've identified for you. It's not exhaustive, but can help you to go a long way in understanding yourself and be able to improve the quality of your life. The issue is quality of your life. Number 1 is emotional literacy. The skill under that is if I am sad, I should be able to know actually I am sad. And I'm able to know what is this that is making me sad. I think we've lost those slides. Thank you. The ability to identify the emotion you are going through at that particular moment. You say, I'm sad. And then, how does this sadness affect me and the people around me? That is the first skill you need to master. That one will help you to manage yourself very well because you are able to pinpoint where the problem is and you deal with that problem. But how do you deal with the problem? I've given you 3 ways. The hows. Enrich your vocabulary. You'll be able to enrich your vocabulary in terms of the emotions you're going through. I'm sad. I'm happy. I don't like this. I don't like that. I love that. I hate. Use these words in the actual meaning of the feeling you're going through at the moment. Not saying, I'm happy, and yet deep in, you're actually crying. You're sad. Ability to pinpoint your emotion will help you to deal with the right emotion. So you need to ask yourself, how do I feel now? What is my feeling now? Is it causing a problem to me? Is it causing a problem to people near me? How do I deal with my current feeling? Sadness. I'm sad. What is making me sad? And then number 3, you need to have the ability to track your emotions, the patterns you go through. They will tell you if there's something you need to understand deep in your hidden part. The second skill, self-reflection. And this one is very critical and we should be doing it all the time. Hii unajiita kamkutano, unajiita tu kamkutano. You talk to yourself. You'll not be crazy. You'll be building and enriching your personality. So the skill here is ability to examine your thoughts, your motives, and your behavior. Nitajiuliza wakati boss alitaka, wakati boss alitu request akitaka mtu wa kusimamia fundraiser ya mtoto wa Officer X who was in hospital. Nilisema tayari, I want to be the one. What motivated me to do that? These are questions you ask yourself at personal level to be able to know the thoughts that are running in you. To be able to know the motives behind your actions. Are they selfish motives? Are they altruistic motives? Why are you behaving the way you are behaving? These are very hard questions, but you can ask yourself under self-reflection. It helps you to understand the reasons behind your actions. Why do I cry a lot? Why do I help people a lot? Why am I laid back? And how can we be able to enhance that? Journaling, recording, putting down the emotions you are going through in a day, reviewing them. The emotions that will require your direct intervention to resolve, because we cannot carry them all along the day and the days. For example, anger. Anger. You don't carry anger throughout. Anger is a feeling that must be resolved. If you don't resolve anger, it will degenerate into a more serious problem. But how will you know that you are going through anger? You should be able to identify and note down the feelings you are going through. It helps you to take a reflection on it. Number 2 is what we call self-talk. Hii ni kujiita kama mkutano. Ombima, which is me. My name is Willis Ombima. So Ombima goes for a meeting with Willis. Najiita kama mkutano. I was with this officer. I was with this colleague, Mercy. I said this to Mercy. This is how she reacted. What is this that I did say that actually annoyed Mercy? Did I overstep? Was I insensitive? How best could I give such a remark in future so that I don't injure other people's feelings? Self-talk. This one, I'm doing it in the presence of only myself. It is me talking to myself. And because then I'll be very candid. So rude to her. That's why Mercy cried. You are too insensitive to what she went through yesterday. And by that, I can come to a conclusion. I need to be more sensitive. I may decide, I will make a decision, I'll go back to Mercy the following day and say, Mercy, kindly forgive me. Yesterday in my remarks, I injured your emotions. Forgive me for that. Asking for forgiveness is not a show of cowardness or weakness. It is a very big strength that removes emotional burden from ourselves and from our colleagues. And by that, I would have learned my lesson. I need to be more sensitive in future when I talk. And then also under self-reflection, pick your lessons. When you are doing the self-talk, pick your lessons for the day. Every day is a learning day. Let not a day go by without you learning something. We need to be healthy. A healthy mind will give us the first step in life towards achieving the goals we need. Now, we'll realize the next skill, the next slide, number 3, we are talking about mindfulness and presence. This is the ability to come back to yourself, understand who you are, understand your feelings, be aware of your feelings right now. But do not be judgmental on yourself. Ombima, I am a man. I am age 40. I am crying in public. Why am I crying in public? I have lost my parent. Am I not being man enough? That's not the business of that day. I'm not supposed to judge myself. I didn't. Now, the moment you understand your presence, your present feelings, it will help you to be able to avoid rash decisions and rash actions. You will be delaying the action. In fact, here, colleagues, what I'll tell you, I'll give you three letters. You can write them down: S, T, and A. S, T, and A. S stands for stop. Whenever you've identified your emotion, step 1, stop. Step 2, think. Start reviewing the nature of this emotion you are going through. How can it affect you positively, negatively? How can you be able to resolve it? Come up with as many ways of resolving it as possible. And then take one option to use to resolve the problem. Take the problem with the least negative consequences, so that it will leave you with lesser emotional burden, where now you can be helped by a professional to be able to go over it. It reduces emotional burden on you. Can you understand? You are sad because you are going through grief. Can you understand? You are happy because you've won the trophy. Can you understand? You are sad because Ombima has abused you. But go through the thinking to understand that if Ombima have abused you at work, if you fight me, we'll be committing a mistake at work. You'll get into another problem, fighting at the workplace. Why create a problem? Once you think, once you are sure of your feeling, then you delay your action, you take the appropriate action. Number 2 is the way we talk of the body scans. This one now will require the professional to do it. And number 4, you do what we call grounding techniques. Grounding techniques, they are steps that normally help you to understand your emotions at one point. Body scans will require a professional, but grounding techniques, you can do them. I've written there the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique. What does that one mean? It simply means understanding your feelings at that particular point. Let's start with number 5. Number 5 means it responds to what things can you see now that you are becoming aware of the situation. What can you see? Mention 5 things you can see at that very one moment. And remember, the moment you are doing that, you are disengaging your mind from the painful part. You are trying to go deeper to understand. You can say, like, for now, I can see my mobile phone is next to me. There's a pen next to me. There's a notebook next to me. I have the laptop in front of me. I'm taking my energies to understand my environment. When you go to number 4, it stands for what things can you touch? What things can you touch? Remember, when you are doing all these things, you are deflating your emotions. I can touch my hand. I can touch my jacket, I can touch my legs, I can touch my head. These are things that I can be able, that sense of touch. You are becoming aware. Number 3, what things can I hear? Very critical. And you know, in life, we must be very good listeners. Don't listen to answer. Don't listen to respond. Ever in life, listen to understand. Always. Don't talk too much that you fail to get what the other person is saying. Be slow in response, but be able to understand more before you respond. Now, when you do that, you will avoid injuring other people. And remember, in life, people don't remember us for what we do to them. People remember us for how we make them feel. Always remember. And for you to be able to know how somebody is feeling so that you can respond to the feelings, you need to understand, you need to listen to him or her to understand the feelings. So number 3 is, what can you hear? In the here and now, not yesterday or tomorrow, here and now. Right now, I can hear there are people talking just a few meters away from me. I can hear the sounds of birds. You talk of here and now. That's how now we are able to calm down. We are calming down. Number 2, what can I smell? 2 items you can smell. Where I am, I think I'm smelling food. What are you smelling? The sense of smell. You realize we are pulling in all the senses to calm ourselves down. And then the last one is, what do I taste? Sense of taste. 1, sense of taste. Within my mouth, what can I taste? What am I tasting? Do I have a chocolate or a sweet peremende in my mouth? How does it taste? All these are ways that draw our senses to one spot, myself, to be able to deal with emotion. It makes me relax. It's part of the, other than this, there where we talk about the breathing exercises. Breathing exercises are relaxation exercises. Breathe in, hold, breathe out slowly, stretch. The body calms down. The body, after the body has calmed down, you think deeper, and then decide on your course of action. And remember, colleagues, any decision you make, be ready to take the consequences. And that's why stop, think, act should be the mantra to avoid the nasty consequences that we cannot carry. At work, you know, a colleague can abuse me. I pick a fight. I lose my position as an intern. Losing the position is a consequence of my decision to fight. Only if I have just taken time to think through my senses and calm down, I would have made a decision, a very sober decision. Let me go to the supervisor and report, so that the supervisor can help in resolving the conflict between me and my colleague. And both of us, we maintain our jobs. And even if a punishment is to come, then I'll be on the safer side. Don't rush to act. Skill number 4, understand your values. Colleagues, as we live as human beings, we must have our life goals. What do we stand for? We need to stand for something. If you do not have anything to stand for, then you will be there for anything that will come across. So you realize When you do that, when your values you're standing for, you'll be able to model and to shape your actions well, so that you don't conflict. You keep your boundaries. Now, when you go to the next, we go to the next slide. Yes. Recognize your strength and black spots. Conducting assessments, like the Johari's window, getting feedback from people, reflecting on yourself, and on your own to understand who you are. The best way to avoid situations that can make you nervous when you get harsh analysis from outside. Work on your weak areas, because the weak areas will antagonize you with the community. Resolve them. Number 6, understand what triggers you to act. What triggers you to raise conflicts? Know your emotions that can raise. Kama wewe ni mtu wa kuzungumza mambo mengi paka you are not able to measure your words, conflicts are. Can you understand? And by that, you need to develop coping strategies. And then we go to the last ones. The next ones is always seek and receive feedback from people. Ask people. Don't be scared of getting feedback from people. Listen to what people talk about you. Don't be defensive. When you're defensive, people will not tell you what you are doing. Reflect before responding. And then the last one there, last but not least, is self-compassion. Don't be too harsh on yourself. We make mistakes in life, but we should be ready to forgive ourselves and give ourselves a second chance. Don't use language or words that will crush your ego or will crush you. Use words that will always encourage you to stand up and do it better. Many a times we are very harsh on ourselves, and that one denies us an opportunity to grow in life. We do mistakes. The greatest thing is, can you be able to identify the mistake? Can you appreciate it's the mistake you've done? Are you ready to change? Then number 4, go ahead and change to become a better person. And the last one, the next slide. Self-awareness is a lifelong practice. It is not an event. You practice it on a daily basis, bit by bit. It's like a child learning to walk. A child does not just stand and start sprinting. A child will stand and sit. The next day, the child will stand, make half a step, and fall. The next day, the child will stand, make 1 step, and stand. It is 1 step at a time. But these steps we make, they end up shaping our lives and character. We can become likable if we are able to manage what we know about ourselves. And by that, I'll end by saying, for you to be able to grow your self-awareness, you have to pause. You have to observe. You have to reflect. You have to adjust. And you have to practice consistently. Remember that. And then remember also, you have to stop. You have to think. Before you act. You have to stop. You have to think before you act. That one will help you to avoid dealing with serious conflicts in life, at the workplace, at home, and in the society. And by that, colleagues, allow me to end my presentation there. It is over. If there's any questions, I can be able to respond to them at that point. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much, colleagues at the Commission, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis Obima for that very exciting presentation on self-awareness, discovering ourselves, staying in touch with ourselves, and putting to good use that very common phrase that we use, ile tunasemanga jiite mkutano. You've really put it into context. Particularly, you talk about the need to be very aware of groups that make me likable and those that make me not so like a serious call section. There's something you mentioned about when interns are aggrieved, they should go and make sure they inform the supervisor in good time. And I want to request Mr. Guyo Adano towards the end or during the plenary session to spare 3-5 minutes and tell the interns something about mentors and coaches that the commission invested in preparing for them in the past month. I want us to go to the next presentation, the last presentation, then we go to the plenary session. And this is the session on workplace communication and etiquette, another area that we really take for granted and think it's business as usual. To take us through this session is none other than Ms. Jacqueline Manani, who is the Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of legal services at the Public Service Commission. Madam Jacqueline, welcome. We were expecting you, and we are very anxious to hear what is it about communication and etiquette at the workplace. The floor is yours. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for waiting for me in terms of giving me an opportunity to present. Last, if you saw the program, I was supposed to present early in the morning, but I had a matter in court. So I requested that my presentation be scheduled last, and I want to appreciate that. So to our participants, we want to welcome you and thank you so much for coming in large numbers. I can see we are at 937 participants in this forum. It's a very good number. And we want to continue encouraging the interns that whenever the commission or your employer, or rather your employer for now, as you're an intern, whenever they call you to participate in any activities or to engage in a webinar, you should be able you should be willing and able to do that. So straight away, I'll get into the presentation. I think I have 30 minutes, isn't it? I will try my best to stick to that time. Though it's very short, I wish we could have had this presentation physically, but we will try to do it as best we can. The presentation is on workplace communication and etiquette. Before we start, my screen is frozen. Just a minute. I'm having a challenge here because, okay, so it's okay now. So before we get into the presentation, and I would like you, as we're doing this presentation, as we're listening, just some reflections that I would like you to have as you listen to this presentation. And the first question is, what does public service mean to you as an intern? What does it mean to you to be an intern in the public service? And how can you embody public service daily? I'm assuming that the whole morning you've gone through presentations that have given you an insight into what public service is like. But also you have been, I think majority of you began the internship in March, if I'm not wrong, or thereabouts, of February. So in the last 2 or 3 months, you've been able to get a bit of an understanding of what public service is like from where you are, from the perspective of the entity where you're engaged or where you are attached. And so from that, and based on some of the presentations you've had today, how can you embody public service on a daily basis? And then what habits do you need to unlearn? And which ones do you need to adopt? There are things you're being taken through today and some things you're learning for the first time, which you can adopt. And there are others which there are things you've been doing, which you've now today realized, oh, I shouldn't do that. And so as you reflect, you need to think about the habits that you need to unlearn and those good ones that you need to adopt or learn and take on. The other thing is that as an intern, you really matter. You matter to the commission, you matter to the nation, you matter to your family, you matter to the government. And why do you matter? And this slide is for purposes of and basically mostly addressing the young people, especially I know majority of you are Gen Z and early and late millennials. Majority would be Gen Z and late millennials. And so this part of, in this slide, we want you to think of why you matter. And the truth of the matter is that you are our future leaders. The population in this country, majority are youth, and you're the future leaders. And so that is why you really matter to us. You matter to the country, you matter to the commission, and you matter to the government. The other thing is that because you're our future leaders, you are the agents of national transformation. Transformation is continuous, and you are the agents that will transform this country for now and for the future. I keep saying that the learning that the current generation has had as compared to what we had years back is much more advanced. And so you have benefit of later knowledge, and which you are able to then help in terms of transforming this country. Number 3 is that you're the face of government. Remember, you're working in a government entity. For the time being now, when people ask you, what do? You say, I'm an intern in maybe PSC, or I'm an intern in this ministry, or I'm an intern in this state corporation. When people see you, they don't see internship, they see you as an employee of the government. And so for that particular moment, you're the face of government. What you do reflects on the public service, reflects in terms of you're a public officer. As an intern, you're basically also a public officer. So what you do reflects on the government. So whatever your conduct is, it's the face of government at any given time in whatever forum that you are in. So that's why you also matter. Now, as we get into this presentation, do you understand public service ethos? And what are ethos? For purposes of this public service, the public service ethos are those core values and guiding principles that govern our day-to-day activities in the public service, that guide us in terms of how we relate with other people and how we do our work and how we relate with members of the public and what we're expected to do. There are some values and principles that we must abide by. The first and most fundamental is that we need to uphold the Constitution. And in terms of these values and principles, you will find them in Article 10 of the Constitution. Article 10 of the Constitution deals with the national values and principles. And these apply to all Kenyans, everybody, whether they're in public service or the private sector. Article 10 applies, and it gives us the guidance in terms of how, as a country, we handle ourselves, the things we do, what we believe in as a country. And you'll have an opportunity at your own time to look at that. Then Article 232 of the Constitution then provides for the values and principles of public service. You're a public officer for the time you are serving as an intern in the public service. And for those who will eventually be lucky and have an opportunity to serve as public officers, Article 232 is very, very, very important because it gives you the values and principles of public service. How a public servant is supposed to conduct themselves. What are the things that we believe in the public service that apply to all of us? And I encourage you to look at that. And then we have Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And Chapter 6 talks about leadership and integrity. And I know you might be telling me that you're not a leader, but you will realize as we go on that you're actually a leader in your own space, in your own right. So Chapter 6 talks about leadership and integrity. And when you look at the Leadership and Integrity Act, which expounds more on Chapter 6, you will note that whereas Chapter 6 refers to maybe state officers and so on, the Leadership and Integrity Act provides that the provisions of Chapter 6 applies to all other public officers. So it talks about how you're supposed to conduct yourself as a public officer. You will see that when you go to Chapter 6. And because of shortage of time, I'll not go into it. The other thing in terms of core values and guiding principles is that you're required to uphold the law. You're required to uphold the law as a Kenyan first, but also as a public officer. There are laws that govern the conduct of public officers. There are laws that govern the public service that you're expected to uphold in everything that you do. Remember, for example, I'll just give the easiest example. If you're working in procurement, or rather you've been attached as an intern in a procurement division, you will need to know that even as you're learning, sometimes you're also given an opportunity to handle the work, in which case the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act applies and you're supposed to uphold it at all times. So the law is not necessarily about your conduct, but it's also about how you do your work, because the law governs even how we do our work in the public service. The public service is highly regulated. We have the Public Service Commission Act, which you should be able to look at and see what it provides for public officers in terms of how we are managed in the public service. We have the Employment Act, which then generally provides, makes provision for employment, both in the public service and in the private sector. So the law applies in almost all spheres of our life. The law applies to you even when you're out there as a a private citizen. And remember, under the Constitution, the Leadership Integrity Act, which I've already said applies to you as well, your conduct as a public officer matters even in your private life. So what you do in your private life actually matters for you as a public officer. The way you conduct yourself out there matters. And I've already told you as an intern, you're a public officer. And then we have the Code of Conduct and Ethics for the public service, which you're supposed to familiarize yourself, because as an intern, you're required to be bound by this Code of Conduct and Ethics. You're supposed to conduct yourself in the manner provided in that Code of Conduct and Ethics. And I'm hoping that a presentation was done on the Code of Conduct and Ethics. I believe that was done. So you must abide by that as well. And then the issue of patriotism and public trust. You see, patriotism then determines how, patriotism is the love for country. Patriotism is love for country. If you love your country, you will not do things that then affect the country in a negative manner. You will be able to promote things that are good for the good, good for the nation, for the good for all of us as a country, all of us citizens. And patriotism helps you to work harder, helps you to do things with integrity, in good faith, for the good of country. And in that way, you're able to build public trust. If the public service, all of us were very patriotic, we would be able to build public trust. And when there's public trust, things are better in the country. People will trust that whatever is being done by the public officers is being done in good faith. Then as a public officer, as an intern, you're supposed to observe political neutrality. And you know, this is very important right now as we get into the elections. We're getting into an election period. We're getting into a period where there'll be campaigns. There'll be so much engagement in terms of the political space. And what you're required to do as a public officer is to be politically neutral, because a public officer serves persons from all political affiliations. And so if you're not neutral, you tend to then be biased towards other people who don't hold the same political views as yourself. So political neutrality means that you handle people neutrally. You don't have to take political sides. In fact, avoid politics in the office. Avoid having political discussions and debates in the office. They may be very exciting, but avoid them. If you want to have political discussions, have them in your house with your friends and with your relatives elsewhere, but not in the office, because the office is supposed to be politically neutral. Then there is the issue of accountability, transparency, and responsiveness. As a public officer, you're supposed to be accountable for all your actions. Everything you do, you should be able to account for it. Being an intern, I know in some institutions, after a few months, you're being left to do the work by yourself. You know, you've been taken through a few months and then people see, oh, this person knows how to do these things. Then you're left to do it. In that regard, please be accountable for all the actions you take. Everything you do, you should be able to explain what you did, how you did it, and why you did it. What you did, how you did, and why you did. And then you have to be transparent. There has to be transparency. If you're doing things in good faith, you're accountable for them. You should not be afraid for anyone to see what you're doing and why you did it. That is the essence of transparency. And then be responsive. Don't ignore people. You know, there are people who receive emails, they ignore, they don't respond. People who receive letters, they just ignore. Do not ignore things. Be responsive. If you're working in a place where you're supposed to deal with members of the public on a daily basis, then you should be able to address the issues that are raised by members of the public, attend to them on time, you know, very efficiently, so that you're not being accused of not being responsive. Remember, I said you're the face of government. So if you're dealing with people just see you, and then they'll go out there and say this government is not offering services correctly, and yet it is just you maybe who is not doing the right thing. Then there's the issue of fairness and equity in service delivery. You have to be fair. You have to deliver services equitably. I think one day, if we have more time, I'll be able to go deeper into what that means. Ensure that people are given opportunity, equal opportunity. And equity doesn't mean that we all get the same benefit. It means that I get the benefit that addresses my issue to the point at which I am. Okay? It addresses my issue. You cannot, there's a difference between equality and equity. Equity means you bring those who are down to the level that they will be at the same level as those who are slightly up. So you can look at it in terms of staircases. I don't know that you've ever seen this video that does rounds where people are watching football and there are three people. One is very tall, they are watching it from outside a fence. So one of the tall one is able to see above the fence. Then there's another one who is of medium height, who can only see very small portion of the field because he's shorter. And then there's this very short one who can't even see what's going on if at all. So what happens with equity is that the shortest person should be given a playing field that enables him to reach where the tallest person is, that he's able to now see the field. Like if it's football he's watching, you put some steps that enable him to bring him at the same level where this one who is tall and standing is, so that they're all now equal. Equity enables you to become equal at the level when you have been given that opportunity to then have equal access. If it's football, which I've given as an example, you're given steps that bring you up to the same level as the tallest person, and then you're able to have equal access to the field and watch that football match. Okay. Now, in terms of public service etiquette, and what is etiquette? And we're saying etiquette is the polite behavior expected in a professional setting. And in simple terms, it is how we relate to each other at work and how we relate to we relate with others as professionals. It's simply how you relate with your colleagues at work and how you relate with other people as professionals. And it entails respect for hierarchy and procedure. You know, the public service is quite hierarchical, and I know Gen Zs particularly do not like to hear things about hierarchy. For them, it's kind of strange. But in the public service, hierarchy is very important. So you have to respect hierarchy. You know that there's all levels in the public service. And if I give you an example of the Public Service Commission, we have the chairperson, you have to recognize that. We have the vice chair, we have the commissioners, then we have our CEO. That is hierarchy. You see how they fall? Then we have our CEO, then we have the senior management, we have the deputy commission secretaries, we have the directors, like that, all the way to the last level of officers. And that is the hierarchy we're talking about. Now you have to respect that hierarchy. It matters in terms of ensuring that there's good order. You also have to respect procedure, okay? There is procedure for doing everything. I told you the public service is highly regulated, and you'll find that in the public service, there's procedure for doing everything. So you must respect that, because if you don't respect that, you create disorder and confusion. So if you respect hierarchy, you respect procedures, then the workplace becomes easy to deal. You remember we're talking about etiquette. The workplace becomes easy to deal or to navigate. Then there's the issue of appropriate communication, and we're going to talk about that in the coming slides. Appropriate communication, I'll talk about that in terms of written and verbal communication. I'll discuss that in subsequent slides. Then there's the issue of punctuality and presence. Punctuality and presence. I know a lot of young people ask, why should I come to the office early? Okay, coming late is not a problem. The issue is you should be concerned about me finishing my work, not what time I arrive. But you see, like I said, the public service is highly regulated. And in terms, even the issue of punctuality, because we have time that you're supposed to be at the office, and it is provided for in our regulations and in manuals. Wherever you are, there is an HR manual that then indicates the working hours. You just respect that, because that is what you have found there, it has been provided. If that needs to change later, maybe with your influence as a Gen Z, you can be able to say with time as you're doing policies that, you know, this 8 o'clock to 5 does not make sense in this way and the other. So you contribute in terms of reviewing of policies, so that after you review them, now you can start applying what has been reviewed. But for now, before any policies are reviewed, you apply the ones which are there for purposes of good order. So punctuality means you come to work on time. Nobody's telling you to come before 8 o'clock, because the working hours are 8 to 1. And then you have a lunch break for 1 hour between 1 and 2. And then you work from 2 to 5. Nobody has told you to come before 8. Just make sure you're there by 8 o'clock, do your work, have a lunch break nicely. Don't go for extended lunch breaks. And then you come back nicely at 2 o'clock and work to 5. And in fact, even if you don't leave for lunch, you can sit at your desk and take a break for 1 hour. It's also good for your health. And be present. What does presence mean? And before I go to presence, punctuality includes being punctual for meetings. There are people who come into meetings late. You know, that is very disrespectful of other people in the meeting. If a meeting is supposed to start at 9 o'clock, be punctual. Be there a few minutes to 9 so that when the meeting starts, you are there on time. When you come into a meeting when people have already started, you disrupt the meeting, because the natural consequence of coming late is that people will look up to see who is this who has come in. You're struggling to pull a seat to sit down. It is important to always be punctual for meetings. And then the issue of presence. It is not only important to be at the office on time, but also to be present. Presence means that you're concentrating on the work you're supposed to do. Presence means that you're in a meeting, you're actually concentrating and actually participating and taking keen interest in what is being discussed. There are people who come to the office and spend the rest of the day on social media. Someone will be in the office, yes, they've entered, they've sat, they're on their laptop and they're busy the whole day, but they're not doing the work, or they're not even learning, because you're an intern, you're supposed to also learn and get some knowledge. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing on that day. They are busy on social media and very active. There are others who may not necessarily be on social media, but they will be doing other work, side hustles, using resources of the employer. So when you come and start using the employer's internet to do your side hustles, to go on social media, that is also against the values and principles of public service. And it also affects integrity. So you be present fully, do the work you're supposed to do, participate in activities you're supposed to participate in fully and the way you're required to participate. Then there is the issue of when you're dealing with people. Remember I said etiquette is how we relate to each other at work and how we relate to other professionals. You should be tactful in the manner in which you relate to people. Have some tact. You know, if you've noticed you've offended people, be tactful in the manner you deal with people so that you don't offend people at the workplace. Then be courteous, okay? Courtesy, being polite when you're dealing with your colleagues. Courtesy means saying thank you when it's required. Please, excuse me. Those are words that we were taught when we were young, and they also apply as adults, even in the workplace. And speaking to people with respect, okay? And then have emotional intelligence. I'm sure that has already been presented. I think I joined the webinar when somebody was also talking about understanding your emotions. But you must also have emotional intelligence. And this means that you must be able to understand how you react to things and how people react to you. Okay? You must be able to understand that environment so that once you understand that, you're able to know how to deal with people in various situations. What to say and when to say it and how to say it requires emotional intelligence. What to say, when to say, and how to say it. Then there's the issue of dress code. There's a dress code in the public service. Unfortunately, I didn't come in earlier, so I don't know whether the dress code issue has been presented, but I will just tell you that the public service has a dress code. But even in terms of good order and how we deal in our daily lives, you should be able to know the difference between dressing for work, dressing for a party, dressing to go to a club, dressing for the beach, and dressing for a weekend. You cannot come to the office in beach wear. It will obviously be off. You cannot come to the office in club wear. You know those clothes people wear to go and party and dance away the nights? You can't come to the office dressed like that. But specifically for ladies, you need to know the limits, and in terms of the length of your skirt, the tightness of your trouser or the tightness of your skirt, the lowness of your blouse, because how you dress also affects other people and make other people uncomfortable in the office. Remember, etiquette is how we relate to each other. So don't dress in a manner that makes everyone uncomfortable and they cannot even tell you that your blouse is too low, or your skirt is too short, or your slit is too long, or your trousers are too tight. And the same applies to men, because I noticed that this generation, there's a way they dress, even the men. I don't know whether they still wear this, but I think nowadays it's bigger, baggier trousers. There's a time men were wearing, the younger generation, men were wearing tight trousers, which were cropped tight trousers. And people even had suits to the office for that. And then you ask yourself, is that appropriate for the office? So the dress code applies, and you need to be able to also have your own self-reflection in terms of how you've dressed. Don't make other people uncomfortable based on how you've dressed. And the dressing includes even issues of your hair, grooming. Untidy hair does not sit well in the public service. Even for men, your hair must be well groomed. Nails must be well groomed, because sometimes if you have very dirty and untidy nails, people are looking at you and feeling disgusted, but they cannot tell you. They just feel uncomfortable being next to you. Also, issues of people who put on the same socks for a whole week what happens? The smell around the office. You yourself may not notice it, but everybody else is noticing the smell and they can't tell you and they're very uncomfortable. So etiquette requires that the people around you are also comfortable to be in your presence. Now, when you go to communications, I'll give you some guidelines as we head towards the end. The first guideline is on issues of formal address. When you're in the public service, how do you address people formally? You're required to use appropriate titles. So for example, if you're an intern in a university, you know that there are professors, there are PhD holders who people refer to them as daktari. So you use appropriate titles. If it's a professor, just refer to them professor so-and-so. If you're working, for example, you have been attached to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there are a number of people there who are ambassadors in terms of their titles. So you make sure that you are respecting that and using the title ambassador. And then we have Your Excellency. If you have the opportunity to perhaps be working in the office of the Deputy President or the office of the President, then maybe you have an opportunity to be in a meeting with them. If you are given an opportunity to speak, you must also use the term Your Excellency, out of respect and just the right title. And then, of course, there's the issue of Your Honor. These usually apply in court. Of course, we do not attach interns to court, but you should know that there are titles like Your Honor. And maybe this would apply if, for example, you're an intern who is an advocate, and then you're told or requested to appear in court on behalf of an advocate in the place where you're working. So you can be able to make sure you use the right title, Your Honor, Your Ladyship, My Lord, My Lady, Your Lordship. Okay? And then if you've been touched, if you've been attached in a place where now you have an opportunity perhaps to engage with members of parliament, or you have been taken, for example, at PSC, sometimes we go and attend parliament, we have been summoned, and you note that the members there are honorables, okay? So you'll be able to use the right title. Most times we say Mheshimiwa. It's harder, I think it's a mouthful to say honorable. So Mheshimiwa applies. And then of course the usual, Mr., Mrs., Miss, etc. So you use also respectful tones and formal language. Respectful tones and formal language. You do not use Sheng and other languages that you use outside there in the office setup. You have to use formal language and you have to be very respectful in your tone. I'm sure you know what that means. Then there's the issue of greetings and salutations. You need to familiarize yourself with the relevant culture and norms because you see, interns are spread across the country in different organizations, and sometimes you may be put in a place where there are cultural issues that you need to understand. So you have to familiarize yourself with the relevant culture and norms of the area where you're working. Or if your organization is an organization that constantly engages with people in mashinani, and you know very well that mashinani places have different kinds of cultures and norms. And sometimes when you're going there, you're even told, when we go to this place, this is how people are supposed to behave. For ladies, sometimes you're told, especially if you're going to the northeastern counties, that you need to cover your hair, You cover your hair, just for good order and for respecting people's cultures and norms. So you need to familiarize yourself even with the greetings of the place. If you go to a place and you're told, here men don't shake hands with ladies, just ensure that you remember that, so that you're not going to force as a man to shake hands with ladies there when you've been told in this area, people don't shake hands. And also as a lady, you don't go to stretch out your hand when people there, maybe the ladies are supposed to bow and then a hand is placed on them, something like that. So it's important to familiarize yourself on greetings and salutations, and then use appropriate greetings depending on the culture. I've already said that, handshake, bow, nod, or other gestures. So when you're going to a place which you're not familiar with, where the culture is different from yours, you need to understand. And then use appropriate address. For example, good morning, Your Honor, like the ones I've said who may attend court. If you're an advocate and you're an intern, there's that issue of saying good morning, Your Honor. For example, good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. Good morning, ambassador. Good morning, professor. You get? Just make sure you use appropriate address. Or if it's afternoon, you'll say good afternoon, sir, or something like that. And it is not bad to call your boss, sir. I call our CEO, sir. I call our chairperson, sir. I call our commissioners, commissioner, and that is what we use here. You'll hear us acknowledging commissioner, and you'll say good morning, commissioner, good afternoon, commissioner, and so on. Then there's the issue of introductions. How do you introduce people when you're in a meeting? If, for example, because there are some of you, maybe you're interning in a situation, you're a communications person, And maybe they've discovered that you're very good at MC, okay? And then they decide now you're going to, today you're going to handle this function or so on. And so you're given that opportunity to speak. And then you must also be able to recognize hierarchy. You remember I talked about hierarchy in the organization. And so when you're doing introductions, you must introduce the senior most first and follow in that order. So it's always good in advance before you start speaking to know what is the order of seniority so that you're able to introduce the senior most first and then you follow in that order. And use titles. Use the title. So for example, if you're going to introduce, if perhaps you're an intern in a university and you're going to introduce a professor to speak on something, use the title, Professor so-and-so, and you should in advance be having a brief write-up about that person so that you say something about the person, the position they hold, and if there are other things that you need to say that are good to say about the person, you say them in a briefly as you introduce the person to speak. In terms of communication, generally, use formal language. I've already said that. I've already said you should use a respectful tone. And the respectful tone is not only in terms of when you're speaking, but also when you're writing. Even your written communication should be respectful. Not just verbal communication, being respectful, but also written. And then be professional and diplomatic in your conversations. Maintain professionalism. You also have to gauge the environment. If you're speaking to your fellow interns over lunch, it's okay. You can use whatever language you want to use together. You understand each other and with your friends. But when you're in the workplace, you should be professional and also be diplomatic in your conversations. Don't say things which make people uncomfortable. Yeah, be diplomatic in what you say. Try to balance and gauge the words that you want to use and that you want to use in a conversation so that people are comfortable and able to engage with you. And then, of course, I talked about emotional intelligence. Even in communication, you have to know what to say, how to say it, and when to say it. Then in terms of listening and responding, you cannot respond if you're not attentive. So you have to be very attentive. Listening requires you to be attentive before you respond. And then be respectful. You listen respectfully. There's a way you can listen and give expressions that show that you're really having no regard for someone. You're sneering at what they're saying, you're turning your head, you're facing the other direction. So even as you listen to people, be respectful, be attentive, listen carefully what they're saying, and truly listen, not just listening to so that you can wait to respond. And then you show interest in the discussion. How do you show interest in the discussion? You can nod. You can make sounds like, yeah, yes, acknowledge that somebody is saying something, show some interest. Look at the person. If someone is talking to you and you're looking the other way, of course, someone realizes that you're not even listening. If someone is talking to you and you're busy writing, if someone is talking to you, you should not be writing. Listen to them. Take interest in what they're saying. Do not interrupt or speak over a person who is speaking. So do not interrupt people when they're speaking. Ensure you give people enough time to finish what they're saying before now you respond. And you can even be responding. If you're responding to the person, you should even be repeating what they said and say, I have understood you to be saying A, B, C, D, and this is how I wish to respond. And you be thoughtful and respectful as you're responding. So responses, you think through what you want to say, be thoughtful, and then, of course, respond respectfully. Have you seen how many times the word respect is being used in this presentation? Respect is very important. So be respectful, be thoughtful in your responses, respectful in your responses. So respect is used so many times because it's a very important virtue. And then when you're dealing with meetings and events, keep time. I'd already talked about punctuality. So you must keep time if you're going for a meeting, keep time if you're going for events. And then you must respect seating arrangements. I know young people perhaps never understand this, but seating arrangements are very important. If you came into a room, which is very big and there is an event which is supposed to happen, and then you go and sit at the very front there where maybe the chief guest and other guests who are accompanying them are supposed to sit, where do you expect the chief guest to sit? Or the other senior officers to sit? Because, sometimes people might not even remove you because perhaps they don't even know who you are, where you've come from, and what is your level. So sometimes, especially if you go to a place where people don't know you and you go and take a seat, it might be difficult for people to come and remove you because we might not understand what is your level, where you've come from. So you must respect seating arrangements. And it is clear in the public service, people sit in order of seniority. And then you must respect the order of speaking. Usually, the senior most person speaks last to wrap up what has been said also. So it starts from the bottom, people speak. When everybody has spoken and finished, the senior most person speaks last. Now, In an office setup, once the senior most person has spoken, after everybody has spoken in a meeting setup in agenda, the agenda has been finished, the senior most person has spoken on an issue and wrapped it up. It is not now upon you as an intern to be like, oh, now starting again to question and raise issues about it. Unless highly, like it is a burning issue, and most times you'll hear the senior person saying, unless someone has a very burning issue, then we finish. If the senior says, if you have a burning issue, then you can do that. But if not, and everybody has finished and it has been wrapped up, the senior has wrapped up, just keep your peace. You can actually then follow the senior later and say, you know, you had finished, but I thought I needed to say this. That is okay. But in the meeting, it would look disrespectful. Then you should stick to the agenda for a meeting. Don't go outside the agenda into side shows. There's all meetings, most meetings actually in an organization that works well, meetings have an agenda. And if it's an event, there's a program. So stick to it. Don't start bringing side shows that then lengthen a meeting for no reason. Don't be the one doing that. And then maintain decorum. Maintaining decorum means you don't shout and interrupt speakers in a meeting. Don't shout and interrupt speakers in a meeting. And even if you're not interrupting a speaker, when your turn comes, reaches for you to speak, don't shout. Just speak for people to hear you, and then it will be well and good. Decorum means that you conduct yourself in a manner that respects other people, respects yourself, and also respects what other people are saying. Confidentiality. You must respect confidentiality of discussions and information. Okay? Sometimes in the public service, in your work every day, you come across things which are not supposed to be shared with other people. Deal with things on a need-to-know basis. Don't go discussing things from your department to other departments, which perhaps were not meant to be discussed with other people, or from your organization to your friends and relatives and other people outside who should not be included in the discussions. Do not share information which is not supposed to be shared. And even the ones which are supposed to be shared, as an intern, you should be able to know things which you can be able to share and the ones which you cannot share. So you can be able to be guided. And if you're not sure, you must ask. Okay? And then maintain discretion and privacy in communication. So sometimes you go, your boss tells you some things you've discussed privately, just maintain that discretion. It is not for you to pick things and move to the next person to start discussing. Sometimes someone is just having a rough day, and then you enter their office when they're having a rough day and they make a comment or they tell you something and they end up discussing something with you, which was meant to be confidential. Just maintain that discretion and privacy of communication. And the same applies not just to verbal communication, it also applies to written communication. If you come across communication which was sent to you in your capacity because you're in that department or in that organization, just keep that privacy and maintain the discretion. Then there's the issue of cultural sensitivity. I've already spoken about this. Be aware of cultures, the different cultures and norms, depending on where you work or where you're visiting. Show respect for cultural traditions and practices and adapt behavior and communication style as appropriate. I'd already talked about that. And finally, you must show gratitude, okay? You should be able to express appreciation for the assistance, attention, and time taken. You should be grateful when people assist you at the workplace, when people help you to understand certain issues, because also being an intern, we are saying, is an opportunity for you to learn. We are supposed to help you to learn things which you don't know, because remember, at the university, you are getting theoretical knowledge. When you come out to be an intern, you now come and get practical knowledge. And practical knowledge and theoretical knowledge sometimes can be worlds apart. And so when you're being assisted to understand, you've taken time, someone has taken time to show you things. You've come to my office, I've sat you down, I've explained to you certain things. It is good to show appreciation, okay? You appreciate the time you've been given, appreciate the attention that you've been given, appreciate documents that have been given to you to help you learn and get further information. And then it's also good to acknowledge contribution and support, okay? This applies mostly to senior people. When someone has contributed to something, they have participated in developing a document, you must acknowledge the support that you've been given. If you have been told to develop a document and then you use your colleagues, other interns in the organization, they help you to develop that document, they contribute to it, they support you in doing it. For heaven's sake, you must acknowledge those other interns. Don't take that whole assignment that it is you and hoard all the credit on it. Don't take credit for work which you have been helped to do by other people. Always acknowledge those who have contributed to the work that you have produced and those who have supported you in terms of delivering that assignment. Acknowledge people. Gratitude is very important. And now, as we wind up, and I want you to close with this, that the future belongs to you. And I want to encourage you to embrace public service as a career, not a stopgap measure. And so for those who will have an opportunity to serve in the public service after your internship, please embrace it as a career. It is very rewarding to serve in the public service because you serve wananchi. It is rewarding to serve wananchi, give your best, do your best, and provide the services that are required. So treat the public service as a career and not a stopgap measure, because I know many people come into the public service to gain experience and run away. And then we are saying that the future belongs to you because you're the next generation of institutional leaders. You're the next generation of institutional leaders. So reflect on that. And then it is important for you to leave a legacy of ethics and excellence. And you might think legacy is when you're living as an old public officer. No, even now when you're serving as an intern, if you leave a legacy of ethics and excellence, when we advertise that same position, wherever you are, if you're in PSC, if a position is advertised, the legacy that you left of ethics and excellence will make us remember you and say, this person has applied for this job. He actually is very good in this regard. So you have to leave a legacy during your internship, wherever you are. If you're in a state corporation, leave a legacy where people remember you for your good practices, for your integrity, for your ethical practices, and for the excellent manner in which you are doing your work. Deliver. Be that person who takes on those assignments who no one else wants. People will remember you for that. I always say, those assignments who no one else wants to do are the ones you should take, because they're the ones which actually project you and profile you up there. Those things which no one else wants to do, you do them. Then people will be able to see, wow, this person did this, Then you're able to be profiled and people can see this is a good officer, he's excellent, he goes out of his way, he's proactive or she's proactive, and people will remember you. So with that, I want to thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Jacqueline Manani, for that very insightful presentation on workplace communication and etiquette, and for making us realize that communication is an everyday part of our life. And we may err sometimes unwillingly, but you have reminded us to be very cautious and conscious of what we communicate, how, when, and to whom. So thank you so much. We are at 1:15, and I think we are doing well in program. This time we should be closing, but we are towards the tail end, and I want us to go to the plenary session. But before we do the plenary session, I want to invite Mr. Guyo to give us a brief about mentorship and coaching for our interns, as the commission has been doing it. Karibu, Mr. Guyo.
Thank you, Frida, for that wonderful session sharing. On mentors and coaches, I would like to inform our interns that we've so far trained certified mentors and coaches, over 500, for a period of 5 phases. So in every public institutions that they come or they work in, you will find that they are mentors and coaches. These mentors and coaches are like a trainer of trainees. They train other mentors, other supervisors across all those institutions. So we encourage interns to approach their supervisors to be guided well. Those are already trained mentors and coaches. I would also like to talk about some of the few questions. Some of the few questions which were shared through the links. Before that question, I would like to encourage our interns to do responsible blogging or do communications. I'm sure we are all on social medias, and it's very important to do everything that we do responsibly, as we've been told by a number of facilitators this morning. The reason as why I'm saying this is some of the employers will go up to your social media platforms. They do background check, what kind of officer or candidate is this person. So sometimes you will find that the social media that you are dealing with also reflects about who you are. So it's very important to do responsible blogging. Some of the questions is in regards to absorption. You do remember that we advertised for this internship and you are appointed competitively. Equally for any, and it runs for a period of 12 months. That's what the advert says. For any other opportunities that may arise, the government always advertises for people to be, for the positions or vacancies to be filled competitively. So this is not a gateway to be absorbed automatically. So if the opportunities are there, we will advertise. And after the advert, then you will compete with others who are within, who are already doing internship, or those who have not gotten this opportunity, or those who might have even never applied for. So as an equal opportunity is given to all, because the commission is an equal opportunity employer for everybody. The other issue I would like to respond to is in regards to SHA. Interns are covered under national cover under SHA, so it's not a comprehensive cover. When you go to those SHA outlets, they'll be able to inform you on the benefits that you are entitled to be covered under national cover. Then issues to do with waivers for housing levy, NITA tax, those are statutory deductions, and everybody who is salaried or whom we pay the stipends are supposed to pay the government levies or taxes. So it's very important for you to understand that housing levy, NITA, SHA, NSSF, all those, you are being deducted. On increment for the stipends and also allowances, the policy as it is now provides Kenya shillings 25,000 per month for stipend and 4,000 for allowances as a per diem. But we are working with the relevant government authorities so that it is enhanced. We really understand it's not enough, but we are working on review of the policies as well as working with the relevant government authorities to review it upward. On how to access payslips, you are expected to register through GRIS, Government Human Resource Information System. After registering, you can log in and access your payslips on monthly basis. There is also a question in regards to working over the weekends. Not only weekends, you may be called upon even to work at night, depending on where you are placed, institution you are deployed to. You may be deployed in hospital setup where night shifts are required, or even expected to work over the weekend. In such cases, your time, your weekend time off will be compensated over during the weekdays. So it's important for you to have that understanding. When you are called upon to work over the weekends or at night for night shifts, it's important for you to have that understanding and ask for the compensation of the weekend that you've lost. On extension, when the policy is very clear that internship runs for a period of between 3 months and 3 and 12 months. So the maximum period is 12 months. So till such a time it is reviewed, it remains maximum of 12 months. So at the moment, there's no policy provision for it to be extended beyond a period of 12 months. In regards to performance evaluation, I've earlier in the morning talked about performance evaluation, which is done on quarterly basis, and also during the end of the year, that is after the 12-month period. So there is a standard forms which is manned by HR officers in respective institutions, and therefore you are expected to be provided with those standard forms you fill and return to the HR officers, who then submit to the Public Service Commission. And the same is done at the end of the year, so that when we receive the end of the year performance evaluation forms, it will be one of the basis for you to be provided with certificate. Another question is in regards to certificate of completion, where someone asked, in case someone gets an opportunity while on internship and the period has not ended, does he deserve to be provided with a certificate? You won't be, because the certificate we provide is certificate of completion. Since you've not completed the internship period, you won't be provided with certificate. But upon request by the intern, you can be provided with a recommendation letter for the period that you served. So the commission can provide that for the period that you've served. And on resignation, always as per the internship policy, you should understand that it's for a period of 2 weeks. So you always give a notice of 2 weeks before you for resignation. So if you are you want to resign, for example, by 30th of June, you are expected around mid-May to have given your resignation notice. Then there's an issue to do with deferment, where we provide in 2 aspects. In case an intern becomes sick and is hospitalized, or for whatever reason is not able to come to job, is given an opportunity for 1 month payable. That is, while you are sick, you can be paid for that 1 month. Beyond 1 month, you are expected to defer. And deferment is for a period of 90 calendar days. So beyond the 1 month, which is payable, beyond that, you are deferred for a maximum of 90 calendar days. If you don't come back within those 90 calendar days, then you forfeit your opportunity as an intern. Then the second is on matters to do with maternity. For maternity also, we make a deferment for a period of 90 calendar days. So you are expected to communicate formally through your HR, the HR of your respective institution, to the commission, so that that deferment is captured well. And when you come back, you will now extend for a period of those 3 months. I would also like to bring to your attention that there is a no leave allowance or commutation. Commutation is where your leave allowance, you are paid in monetary terms. So if you don't take your 15 days leave period within the period of internship, you will forfeit. So there's no commutation, and it's important for you to understand that. And neither is there provision for leave allowance. So ensure that you take your 15 days leave within the period. I'd also like to inform you on the same, that you are entitled to leave after continuously serving as an intern for a period of 3 months. So you are not expected to serve for 1 month, then you ask for leave. So just have an understanding that you are entitled to leave after continuously serving for 3 months. So on skills gap or vacancies which arise from the MDS which you are working, these are identified by the MDS. The vacancies are identified by MDS, and they send to the commission for advertisement. So for advertisement, as I earlier said, it is still competitive and it's for everybody. So even if you find someone is retiring or someone has exited for whatever reason, know that that vacancy will be filled competitively. So don't expect that so since so and so has left, you will be given that opportunity. It has to be advertised competitively. So on extension, I said reappointment is only, or extension is only on other terms, like contract or like temporary employment. So those are the questions which were raised through the links. And if there are no other questions, I think we can, back to Frida, so that if there are any other burning issues, they can bring to our attention. If there is none, we go to towards the end of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guyo. You have summarized the questions very well on the key issues that are affecting our interns. I want to also request the interns that if you have any issue that you feel has not been addressed adequately today or any other issues that come up, if you go to the Commission's website, you will find hotlines there, you will find emails there, and you can always raise your issue through those channels and they will be addressed. Like Mr. Guyo has said, you also may and you're encouraged to speak to the mentors and coaches and your supervisors and the HR department in your respective public institution. So that now if they have an issue that they feel needs to be addressed by the Commission, they can refer the issue to us, but we have faith as a Commission that most of the issues can be resolved at the public institution, but the doors of the Commission are not closed. Now, I want us to be very innovative in how we handle the plenary session, because unless there's somebody with a very, very burning issue, we could maybe listen to two, a lady and a gentleman, and then we will have a vote of thanks. We will continue interacting with you online. Then we will have a vote of thanks and then go to receiving the closing remarks, and then we will have a prayer. So Mr. Minor, if you can hear me, just look out for a lady and a gentleman who will raise their hand and they just give us maybe a comment, an observation, or a question that has not been addressed by the presentation and Mr. Guyo. We address those two, msisikie sana kama tumewafungia, and then we move on to the next step. So the first hand I see is Nyayo T-Zone. Mr. Minor, if you may, allow Nyayo T-Zone to make his or her remark. Isaac, unmute. Isaac Yano, unmute and speak to us. Isaac, are you there? Mohammed? Mohammed, you have the mic. Okay. unmute if you're speaking behind a muted mic. TWWDA. Okay, next. Walter Osemo, are you there? Okay. Pick for me. I guess silence means that we are satisfied and we want to bring this to its tail end. And I want to ask for a volunteer from the participants to give a vote of thanks. And please, if your hand is up, ensure that you're with us. Ensure you're with us if your hand is up. Anybody who wants to give a vote of thanks? Joshua Karani, did I see your hand come up? Okay. Dennis Omoke. Mr. Maina, there's somebody in the chat box saying he wants to give. Dennis, yes, Dennis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Protocol observed, good afternoon. It has been a nice moment, whereby we have learned a lot of things, including the benefits of this internship program, performance, work ethics, personal finance, human management, self-awareness, and also workplace communication etiquette. I will also appreciate all the participants, my fellow interns, for the great cooperation we have had. Again, hand-on in experience as public service interns in public institutions and also in universities. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Daniel Mwangi on the chat says, thank you for the privilege of being welcome into the inner workings of government and for the opportunity to deliver meaningful transformation and positive impact to our communities and the broader citizenry. Through the Public Service Commission and our various assigned institutions and departments, I also extend my sincere gratitude to all presenters today and to every individual and team whose efforts contributed to the success of the PSIP induction. It has been an enriching and inspiring engagement. God bless you all, and God bless our beloved country. Joshua Karani says, mine is to say thanks for the session. It has been a good one. Joel Mungai, thank you for the learning experience today. Josephine Faida Isokoni, I wish to say something, but it's like my microphone is not behaving. It's well understood, Josephine, and we want to say thank you so much for giving your time to us. Anybody else who has something to say, they can put it in the chat. I will read it out in a minute or so. Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity to serve you. It's been my pleasure, and I'm happy that you have been a good audience, and I want to wish you all the best as you go through your internship. And now it is my singular honor to welcome our CEO, Mr. Paul Famba, to come and give us his closing remarks and invite Commissioner to give us, or to officially close this ceremony for us. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, CEO.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, CEO. We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have had a very robust discussion, very good training. I want to believe that our interns have been able to pick up something. Induction programs are supposed to be taken within 3 months of joining service. This one has taken a bit longer, and we would have loved to have a physical induction. But due to unavailability of adequate resources, we were not able to do that. But going forward, I think we would appreciate if we are able to have a physical induction with our interns so that we interact much more with them. At this juncture now, I think we are coming to the close of this training induction program, and I wish to invite Commissioner Harun Maalim Hassan to to give the closing remarks. Commissioner Hassan, are you available?
Yeah, thank you so much, CEO.
Welcome, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, the CEO and the colleagues from the Commission, and more importantly, the interns who are joining us from across the nation. And I want to specifically thank the young lady who is doing the sign language for us, Mercy. I think she has been here for almost, is it Guyo, 5 hours or 6 hours now? Yes, and I think maybe next time we're going to have 2 of them. Signing can be a bit of a challenge sometimes because somebody's both speaking and also signing. And as we come to the end of our today's induction program, I wish to thank all the facilitators, the resource persons, and of course, organizers and participants who have contributed to the success of this very important engagement. Allow me to begin by congratulating all the interns who have participated in today's program. By successfully joining cohort 8 of the Psip internship, you have become part of a transformative initiative that has empowered thousands of young graduates across our country. Throughout today's session, I've heard and listened partly. You have been introduced to the objectives of this program, very important, the values and the expectation of the public services. Many of you are Gen Zs. You're starting the journey into the public services. At least you have been inducted into the values and the expectations. You've been told about the workplace communications. Times have changed. The way you greet, the way we used to greet, the ethics of the public service and its etiquette. I think it's something that you have been introduced to. Personal financial management, even though the PADIA might be small, but the Commission is working hard how to improve it, how to manage that and other finances in future. Matters around self-awareness and the importance of building a meaningful career in public services. If there's anything good in life, is to serve your nation and to serve in the public service. And I encourage you to reflect on these lessons and apply them throughout your internship journey. As you report to your respective workstations, some might be very rural, some might be very, demanding in terms of time and work. Continue serving in various ministries, that is State Department, agencies, universities. Remember that you are ambassadors of the Public Service Commission, and by extension, and very importantly, the ambassador of your nation and representatives of generation that is expected to drive innovations, professionalism, and excellency in service delivery. And we will be relying on you, your creativity and innovations as young people, in how it can also inform the future of the public services, especially with advent of technology and how the world is really moving very fast. And I urge you to embrace the values of integrity, something quite very important, accountability, responsiveness, teamwork, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, and innovation. These are not merely organizational values, they're principles that should guide your conduct, decision-making, and interaction with others, both within and outside the workplace. And I've seen some bit of chats here and the frankness that is coming out, the questions that you are asking, that predicts, how the future should be. And you are the future. Your internship is an opportunity to learn, but also to grow and discover your full potential. Take initiatives. During our time, we never enjoyed such important, internship program. Ours was attachment. It is still there. But this initiative is quite welcoming because it will going to make you discover who you really are. Be very curious as you are right now. Ask questions. Bring solutions. Suggest solutions. How best can we do or better the public services? But importantly also as a young people, seek guidance from your supervisors, from your mentors. You've been told we have more than 500 mentors and coaches across the state departments. Learn from them. Don't forget that we are Africa, and Africans are our tradition. We learn from our elders also. Ask questions, learn from every assignment, build professional relationships, and continuously strive for excellence. The Commission recently strengthened the mentorship and coaching framework for this program by training mentors and coaches who will support you throughout your internship. Make full use of these resources or these persons. The guidance you receive from experienced officers will help you navigate the workplace, develop professional competency, and prepare you for future career opportunities. And the future is now near you. The world is about relay. We are running. We'll be passing the baton to you very soon. As you pursue your aspirations, remember that the primary purpose of this program is to equip you with workplace experience and skills that enhance your employability. The knowledge, the networks, and the experience you acquire over the next year will be a valuable asset as you compete for opportunities in both public and private sectors. The jobs are scarce, elusive, and the merit is what counts. So this opportunity will going to give you some competitive edge over others who might not have been lucky to have joined this very important program. We're proud that many former PSIP interns have successfully progressed into employment and other productive engagement after completing the program. We therefore encourage you to make the most of this opportunity and position yourself for success in your chosen careers. To our partners, institution, mentors, and supervisors, we thank you for your continued support and commitment to nurture the next generation of professionals and leaders. On behalf of Public Service Commission, we wish all of you interns a productive, rewarding, and successful internship experience. As I close, may your journey be marked by learning, growth, professionalism, and excellency. And this internship program is what will build you into the future. Understand the content around public service, read about us, give us suggestions, write to us freely, and embrace the diversity in Kenya. And I'm very glad this cohort is the most diverse, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Guyo, and it has the highest concentration of even persons with disabilities. That shows our commitment to the diversity and inclusion as enshrined in our constitution. I wish you all the very best. And one day, one time, one of you will be the CEO of Public Service Commission, will be a commissioner, will be a minister, will be a secretary, will be even a president of the nation, of this nation. Remember this day as a prediction of that. And with those, I hereby declare this PSIP cohort 8 induction officially closed. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for sparing your time to officially close for us this induction. I now take this opportunity to welcome Madam Faith Chemtai to close for us with a word of prayer. Madam Faith.
Pauline Muriuki.
Pauline Muriuki, I think she went out of the system. So I can only see Faith Chemtai.
Okay, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the success of the induction that we've just concluded. Father, we pray as we continue serving the nation in our various places, may you give us wisdom, may you guide us and always be with us. And even as we practice throughout this period of internship, we pray that for our interns, you will open their doors, both in public and private sectors, and also enable us to learn what we expected to to learn from the program and also enable us to gain the much that can help us now and in future. We thank you and we praise your name, for it is in Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
Amen. Yeah.